Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. I'm hoping everyone is doing well. I greet you with the love and the honor and the blessings from the great creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you is continuing to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And so, howdy, howdy. I decided at the last minute that if I was honestly going to do sure enough card readings this morning now, that I probably should do a little ceremony and to just, you know, not that there's any heaviness or darkness in the place. Now, for those of you who heard my drum before, this thing is thunking. How it, there's, yeah, it's 1247 somewhere. Um, it's not as clear as it normally is. It's got a thunkiness to it. But anyway, I was just doing a little drum, and I've got some sage over here. I want to light. I want to welcome y'all. Give me a minute. I don't have my glasses on. I can't really see that well. And this is sort of a spontaneous combustion on my part, in that you know there wasn't a lot of forethought into doing this. It's like, I had a good time with Robert tonight on story time and everything, and the cards just really whacked me. And in the few minutes the end of the show and talking with Robert for a few minutes, I was like, I done promised y'all I was going to do some card reading. So, in also with that though, have a couple of other books I'd like to introduce, and I want to apologize to y'all, especially to Elderberry, in that I have not continued in the series about the Dancing with the Wheel, and I have been a little. Go ahead, Duggar. Um, I had some weird times in Ridgemont High recently. I'll do a little explanation, but I'd like to light some sage, and I left my big one. Hang on. I wasn't quite ready when I sat down. Nearly, but not quite enough. I got my little footstool down here, and had to get my great big aluminum ashtray so I could burn some sage in it. But um, the last few days, that spirit has been kind of not necessarily kicking my ass in a bad way, but kicking my ass in the simple respect that I need to get some other sage. Um, hang on. That ain't what I thought it was. I got too many things in my immediate area, so give me a couple of minutes. Um I've got some more sage. Hmm. Well, now that's interesting. Well, now where is that 3-pack? That's interesting. Hi, I'm over here. I wanted to do this proper, so I've got 2 different kinds of sage. I had some over here, but when I opened it up, it was all funky. Hi that way, Susie Q, Barry. Yeah, I burned some in an ashtray, but it was a glass one, and it broke one of my favorite. And I had a little dish that it was sitting in, but the dish got so hard it transferred the heat to the glass, and it broke the glass. So anyway, but I got this great big huge aluminum ashtray, and it doesn't require anything um, except for me to get the sage and light it. So I've been sort of in a prayerful mode before I got here. Hey, Diane. Um, After reading those cards earlier, it was the bat and it was squirrel. And both cards, Robert and I both agreed that, for whatever happens on the night we do stories um, and talk about native things and so forth. So this blessing is going out to all of you, to north and the south, to the east and the west, to the up and the down, and to the inside, to the mystery. I welcome you all. Hey, wanna hear why, what they want, what they hear, why they wanna hear why. So, in my head, I'm thinking, but I'll speak it out loud. Any negative energies in the neighborhood, you're welcome to watch. But please honor these simple ceremonies. Any good entities around in the neighborhood are welcome to watch, participate. All others, we ask that you honor us in our small ceremony. This is to honor the Great Spirit, honor to the Great Mystery, honor to each other, honor to the universe, to Mother Earth. It's very bassy and funky tonight. The drum is not as tight. When it gets moisture on it, the skin will literally sag. You put it in the sunshine. The reason it's burnt here in the back, and you see how that's burnt right there? That was put in close to the fire to try to stiffen up the drum head. So, um, um, about readings, I want to do them. I don't know how many I can do. Okay, so I just want to try this, and to get myself warmed up, burning this sage and having a little drum. See if it sounds any better on the. It's very funky tonight. Okay, so um, I have two books I wish to share with you. Um, and so if there are questions um, in between taking a break with pulling cards, okay? Um, this one, see if I can get the glare on. It's called Animals Speak by Ted Andrews, okay? I think he also had something to do with Dancing with the Wheel. I'm not positive. But this is a book, um, Animals Speak, the spiritual and magical powers of creatures great and small. So in here is all different types of animals, what they represent from different places, if they're your totem, what you can expect. And there's a lot of information in here. So if somebody knows what their totem is but wants to know a little more, I wanted to share it. This. And the next other one is called Spirit Medicine. And there's this Wolf Moon Dance. She has gone through many lessons and have done some things and teachings of spirit, lessons of unity, things that I've talked about this book before. But so anyway, in Animal Speak, you know, like, do most of you understand what a totem is? You know, like for me, Hawkeye. Hawk is one of my totems. Owl is one of my nighttime totems. Beaver and also otter are they're both land and water. And because I live on with the river in the backyard, that's very low at the moment. Um, that because of all of the incidents that have happened over the many years living here and having done ceremonies. And the one ceremony that I had, uh, you know, the otter came right up out of the water and just smiled at me just about, you know, it was just starting to break of day. And I just blowed the candle out from an all night ceremony. And this otter just sticks his head up out of the water, just smiles, and I'm like, I could have reached out and touched him. It was that cold, that close. And so, you know, when you have those types of honest to goodness, up close and personal reactions to drumming or to ceremony or to your intentions through the spirit and through the great mystery, and then to have animals, you know, come up out of the water just 2 feet from you and give you a great big smile and leave, you know. Because I'd asked, I said, you know, at the very end, I said, you know, if I've done good with this ceremony, you know, if it's acceptable, you know, give me a sign, you know. And I blew the candle out, and this this otter pops his head about up out of the water, about, you know, pooed on myself at the moment. But you know, you can't get, you know, for me it was like instantaneous kind of you know, hey Dave, you did it right, you done good, you know, so your prayers are heard. Susie Q, Elderberry, that way, Scratch, how you doing? So it's 1:02 a.m. on May the 4th, 2022. Glad y'all could make it this far in the world. Um, I know I got long-winded last night, as I normally do sometimes. 6 a.m., eh? Wow, 5 hours ahead. Yeah, okay. Where did I put them? I just threw stuff together at the last minute to a little selfishly because I wanted to have some sage burning. But it never hurts to make sure that you're of clean heart and spirit. Not that I've been doing anything that wouldn't be of clean heart and spirit kind of thing, because I wouldn't be doing this. Um, but to just share this with you, there's been some strange energies. I swear to goodness, I have tripped a lot of times. I mean, over 500 times, and that I'm not boasting. That's a fact. And it seems like there have been times when I'm just tripping my my nads off because things just seem very surreal. Right, right around me, outside, just spatial differential is what I have been just describing it as. And for me, it's been a little strange to get used to. It's almost like I'm walking in a dream. And when I'm walking and it ain't a dream, um, it still seems dreamlike. Now, I have spent weeks on acid. I used to take acid like 2 or 3 times a day. I was titrating my, um, and for weeks I stayed high on acid. And this is kind of similar, but I haven't had any hallucinogenics. Am I possibly having flashbacks or something? Maybe, but it don't feel like any type of yes, time distortion. Absolutely. I mean, just like what? I mean, just close your eyes and open them back up, and it's been weird. It's been weird since the turn of the year, but the last week or so, it just has been really odd. Um, and I don't really know how to explain it, but it's time distortion, absolutely. Um, there have been times in my earlier life, 10 years ago, when I would have been calling my therapist going, I think I'm going flipping crazy. I think I am absolutely going stark raving mad because of the time distortion, the things, the energies, just the absolute weirdness. And I have realized I've had to just stop and do nothing. Just so, because that was what I learned when I was tripping really bad, or it seemed like I was kind of slipping my hold on reality to where I couldn't walk or function or whatever. But so sometimes you just have to sit still and just like take in what's going on. Is this like, um, just what the hell is this? you know? And so, um, hey, why, hey, knock away, hey, so wash it, go wash away, wash away, hey, wash away, wash away, hey, one, hey, 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 wash it. But so anyway, um, just wanted to speak about that. As a shaman in training, having read some of the things from the cards tonight and about that and the shaman kind of thing, it's like, I have actually, not bragging, but I have been initiated in many of these things. And, but I was never looking for like any kind of superpower out of this. I was more into this as the spiritual journey and the opening up of the universe kind of thing versus looking for any power or any superpowers or anything as far as the shaman is concerned. It was my journey. And then they started hounding me that I had to share it. So anyway, I got the card sitting here. And what time is it? 107. I want to do, yeah, whether you want to or not. That's absolutely true. And I mean, I literally wandered off today, and I wasn't in any danger, but I literally wandered off on my own place, just like blah, 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 blah. I was checking blueberries and the elderberries that are blooming around here now. And the next thing I knew, I was down in the woods, and I was back over here, and it swung around and come up in the back of the house, and I was like, I went to go check the mail. Me and Duggar just went for our walk. But I shared this about the energy levels and things to see if any of y'all are experiencing anything like that. But for me, it's like, wow, this is a new level of stuff. Um, Last night, when I got done doing the my live stream, I went outside, checked the stars, you know, take a wee, take Duggar out, and so there I've got a light that's motion detected, and it's a um, solar rechargeable, and it puts out a lot of light. And so I'm standing just on the edge of the light, looking up at the stars, and I hear this brrr, like buzzing, like a dragonfly. I should look that one up, dragonfly. But it came over the back of my head and dipped down in front of me and flew off. And it wasn't a dragonfly. And I'm not sure that I actually heard the wings beating, but I have taken pictures of fairies before, and I swear to goodness, it was like this fairy just came from behind me, and I was in the way, and they just did this thing up and over my head, and I saw it swoop down this way and fly off into the darkness. And I was like, what the hell was that? I mean, wait a minute, you know. So it wasn't a dragonfly because they haven't been around during the daytime, let alone when they be would they be flying around at night. I know there's a lot of big bugs and things that fly around, but the way its profile looked when it flew away from me, it looked exactly like some of these fairies I've taken pictures of at other places. And I was just like, whoa, dude, you know, whoever you are, that was you're buzzing the tower kind of thing. But anyway, so, um, oh, I want to do a 20. Yeah, that was your first thought. Well, it happened so quick, but as it happened, my first thought was, is that a fairy? I mean, I didn't think dragonfly or big beetle or bug or nothing, because the profile as it flew away, I was like, is that that my first thought was, is that a fairy? So seeing things like, as I was talking about last night and have been mentioning before, it seems like the veil. Now, maybe it's just me, I don't know, but I'm hoping it's other people that are starting to see past the veil. Maybe for whatever it is, it's just me, but I know it's been tricky. The time distortion. Um, there have been, now get this, for those, I think everybody probably have seen, you know, the what looks like water on the highway in the summertime, and it's real hot and the steam's coming off. It's a optical delusion, you know. You think it's water, um, but it's, if you can see the heat rising off of a car, you can see these ripples of thank you, mirage. But you can see the waves of heat come off a vehicle or off the highway, and it creates this distortion. It's not really a time distortion, but it is a spatial distortion for sure. And maybe there's some time thrown in there, but to the point though. some of the things that I've been experiencing more recently is like I'm just looking across the room and it seems like there's ripples there. Or and not I can look over like Duggar's on the couch. It ain't over there. It's over here only. And I look up, it ain't there. Look over here, it ain't there. It's just over there somewhere. And sometimes it's over there. Sometimes it's outside. But to the point though, it looks like heat. My best case trying to explain it is like heat rising off of a vehicle in the sun, or that mirage kind of thing off in the distance on a road or wherever. So, but anyway, part of me had been like, I don't want to pick no cards. I'm not quite sure where I am. you know, am I am I am I in a different reality? Have I popped into the, not necessarily the twilight zone, but the weird zone, another reality of sorts. And I think I have in a way because everything is in that way different. I haven't figured out what yet. But the other day I looked down and I picked up two feathers, and I haven't had any feathers in a long time. So anyway, give me a minute. Let's have a 20, and then I'll do some cards, okay? I had to warm up. My sage keeps going out. I got some really big leaves somewhere, and I can't find them at the moment. I try to keep everything together, but sometimes it gets lost in the shuffle. But anyway, so I'm smudging y'all, okay? If you don't have sage, I'm smudging y'all on your behalf. Hey, Coleslaw. Good evening to you. Wait, I want to see what did you say, Diane? Including me, Coleslaw. That I like that. It could be a dimensional being. It's not a being. It's not a thing. Okay. I mean, it's not. It's not. It's not a being. It's a place. It's the distortion of that. There's something else in between here and there. It's not a being. Now I have seen some. If you're referring to the dive bomb from the fairy thing, maybe, but I haven't felt any untoward entities around me. But the time distortion or displacement of reality. And I hate using the matrix as any kind of an example. But there's something fluctuating. That's for dang sure. Now, I got to admit that there are times because I've had so many headbangs and everything. Is it me? I'm sure I'm sure there's something wrong with my brain, but I mean, is my brain like, taken off somewhere and I should go get my head checked? Seriously? Not that I would trust any of them to do something to me. But hey, one day, hey, one day, one day, hey, one day, just needs to be drumming or something, whatever the urge is. So Chloe, since you asked first and we're here first, kind of thing and all, um, it- um, I haven't done persons in a while. Okay, so it's just been pick a card like for on Robert's show. So you gotta um wait, was it Chloe? I'm sorry, Susie. Excuse me. I think it was Susie. I got I got my C's wrong. Susie, you asked me first, right? No, no, no. But you asked me first, right? It's my brain that I need another toke. Okay. Yes, hi Tracy. Yes, it is time. You know, it's 1:18 in the AM time. All right, no problem. Y'all just with me, okay? I need to work into this. I really want to do it, and my guys are saying, yeah, yeah, it's 1:19. So, smoke if you got them. My being quiet right now. I'm I'm hearing drum, and I got a prayer going on in here, and making my making sure my connections are good up yonder. And so, blazing blessings. Thank you, Alex. Did I say hi? Hi, everybody. Um, what I'm trying to, um, I'm always connected to my spirit guides. Just like right now, because I really want to focus properly, and I don't want anything in the way. So I want to be able to go out, and I keep wanting to say Chloe. Chloe's on the brain for whatever, but for Susie, and get Susie Q her pull a card or cards. So I'm got a drum and a dance in my head right now, making the connection and doing my shaman thing in my brain. Love you, Pearl. TTFN too, and love you as well. So enough excuses, right? All right, Miss Susie, you got to give me 30 seconds, and there's a time lag here. So start now and close your eyes and literally raise your hand so my spirit guys can see. Okay. Honestly, it's the best way I can visualize it. And it's not necessarily that you're all in a classroom, but we're all together in the chat room. So, you know, raise your hand, Miss Susie Q, and 30 seconds. And I got the cards. Shuffling and stuff. So to the spirits, this is for Susie. And whatever it is you, Susie, whatever it is that you need a card for, okay, or if this is just, hey, you know, what are they? Because some people need a card, and if the need is on a subject, then think of the subject. Okie dokie. So let's see. I'm going through the cards now. So um, this card's for you. Then all you do. This card's for you. I think that one's literally this card's for me. Number 12, Porcupine, because the porcupine is supposed to be the Null family crest or something. It's supposed to be the porcupine, and I laughed. There's this, hey Dave, Hawkeye, porcupine. So, but anyway, your cards are lizard and an upside down eagle in that order. Okay. So first the lizard. Now I pulled the lizard card so many times it's almost like I can tell you the story. But Snake goes under a rock and Lizard's under there, and Snake's asking Lizard if he can share the rock, kind of thing, right? And let me find it and I'll read it. But anyway, so but Lizard I think is in the it's number 36 if you're doing numbers. Um, Dreaming. Yep, dreaming. So, Lizard, will you dream with me? Travel across the stars. Beyond the place of time and space, there live visions from afar. So, Lizard sitting under the shadow of a big rock, shading himself from the desert sun. Snake crawled in, looking for some shade to curl up in and rest. Snake watched Lizard for a while, and as Lizard's eyeballs went side to side behind his enormous closed lids, Snake hissed to get Lizard's attention. Slowly, Lizard's dreaming eyes opened, and he saw Snake. Snake, you scared me. What do you want? The lizard cried. Snake spit his answer from his forked tongue. Forked tongue. Anyway, can't get it right. Um, you're always getting the best shadow in the spot, said Snake. Especially in the heat of the day. This is the only big rock for miles. Why don't you share your shade with me? And the lizard thought for a moment, and then he agreed. Snake, you can share my shade spot, but you have to go to the other side of the rock, and you must promise not to interrupt me. Snake was getting annoyed, and he hissed, how can I bother you, Lizard? All you're doing is sleeping. Lizard smiled knowingly and said, oh, Snake, you are such a silly little serpent. I'm not sleeping, I'm dreaming. Snake wanted to know what the difference was, so Lizard explained. Dreaming is going into the future. Now, you paying attention, Susie? I lost it. Oh, that startled me. Not that I was looking. Calm down, Doug. Snake wanted to know what the difference was, so Lizard explained. Dreaming is going into the future, Snake. I go to where the future lives. You see, that is why I know you won't eat me today. I dreamed you, and I know you're full of a mouse. Snake was taken aback, and why, Lizard, you're exactly right. I wondered why you said you would share your rock. Lizard laughed to himself and he said, Snake, you're looking for shade, and I'm looking for shadow. Shadow is where the dreams live. Lizard medicine is the shadow side of reality, where your dreams are reviewed before you decide to manifest them physically. Lizard could have created getting eaten by snake if he had so desired. Lizard is the medicine of dreamers. Whether dreamers smoke you or dream you, dreamers can always help you see the shadow. This shadow can be your fears, your hopes, or the very thing you may be resisting. But it is always following you around like an obedient dog. If Lizard dreamed a space in your cards today, it may be time to look and see what is following along behind you. Is it your fears, your future trying to catch up to you? Or is it the part of you that wants to ignore your weaknesses and your humanness? Lizard may be telling you to pay attention to your dreams and their symbols. Make a dream log, write it down, and record all that you can remember. Be sure to pay attention to each individual symbol or any reoccurring patterns. If you do not remember your dreams, you could be setting a music. You could wait. If you do not remember your dreams, you could try setting a music alarm for 2 or 3 in the morning so that you could be drinking a lot of water so that you can get up. And there are times when I have done that because I have to I'm like in the middle of a dream and go, what the hell was that? Where was I? But so anyway, Lizard, in the dream time now, um, there are being in the dream time, and this might be a really good time to explain it. Now, Susie, this is for you, but for folks in general. In the dream time, some people, I ain't saying this is you, Susie, okay, but about this, there's some people say, "Oh, I'm a dreamer. I can manifest this. I can do, and I can dream this into existence." Some of it is just plain foolishness. Folks are trying to dream things into their reality that just ain't meant to be there. They ain't ready or whatever it is. And so I'm going to dream this. No, what you do is you go into the dream time to see what your future is. Not to tell your future what it is, gives you the opportunity to look forward into it and go, ah. Now, the trick is that because some of it is just dreams, there is just fantasy and will never transpire. But there are messages stuck in that fantasy. Okay. So it's like, oh, I'm going to, go to Camelot and become King Arthur or whatever and, hang out with Guinevere and some of her, you know, never mind. So, but there are some folks, not saying you, Susie, but there are some folks who misunderstand, misinterpret what the dream time means, what to be a dreamer. If you're, for me, my dream time, how do I become a better shaman? How do I become closer to the earth? How do I learn more about plants and their connections? And how do I, so in my dream time is totally different from what other folks is. So, but some of this new age stuff has crept in about dreaming and manifesting, and you need to go back to what native peoples were and are, and think about that dream time, not what some folks would dream up in the matrix now time. Just saying. Okay, next one is Eagle Upside Down, which is number one in the book, number one in my book. And Eagle is one of my, since my hawk and eagle uh, represent a similar place in the bird kingdom. Um, so, but eagle is the stronger of the two. But in some areas, the hawk is considered an eagle in the eagle family. Anyway, eagle is spirit. This is for you, Susie, still. Eagle, fly high and touch, great spirit. Share your medicine. Touch me, honor me, so that I may know you too. Eagle medicine is the power of the Great Spirit, the connection to the divine. It is the ability to live in the realm of spirit and yet remain connected and balanced within the realm of earth. Eagle soars and is quick to observe expansiveness within all overall patterns of life. Is quick to observe the expansiveness within the overall pattern of all life. From the heights of the clouds, eagle is close to the heavens where the Great Spirit dwells. Feathers of the eagle are considered to be most sacred of healing tools. They've been used for centuries within the belief systems of American tribe. Eagle represents a state of grace achieved through hard work, understanding, and a completion of the test of initiation, which result in the taking of one's personal power. It is only through the trial of experiencing the lows in life as well as the highs, and through the trial of trusting one's connection to the Great Spirit, that the right to use the essence of eagle medicine is earned. If you pull this symbol, eagle is reminding you to take heart and gather your courage, for the universe is presenting you with an opportunity to soar above the mundane levels of your life. The power of recognizing this opportunity may come in the form of a spiritual test. In being astute, you may recognize as the places within your soul, within your personality, your emotions, or your psyche that need bolstering or refinement. By looking at the overall tapestry, Eagle teaches you to broaden your sense of self beyond the horizon of what is presently visible. Now, this card is upside down. If you have pulled the eagle in reverse, you have forgotten your power and your connectedness to the Great Spirit. You may have failed to recognize the light that is always available for those who seek illumination. Okay? So I gave you if you pick this card, in reverse, you have forgotten your power and your connectedness to the Great Spirit. Heal your broken wings with love. Loving yourself as you are loved by the Great Spirit is the lesson which the contrary eagle brings. On some level, eagle is telling you to seek higher ground on which to build your nest. The nest is the home of your heart and cannot remain in a swamp. If your nest is in a swamp, this may be connected to your belief that your wings are clipped by an impossibility in your present situation. Eagle's nest is high in the mountains where the air is clean and the movement free. It may be your time for a vision quest so that you can commune with the Great Spirit. Fasting and praying will surely bring an answer. Seek lofty ideals, and illumination will be close at hand. You may have failed to recognize the light that is always available for those who seek illumination. Okay, those are your two cards. All right, who's next? I'm not keeping score. And if somebody is going to volunteer that, okay. Alex, you get next simply because you were next. And then Tracy, okay? Now, if somebody out there is keeping track, I'll remember those two. All right. So whatever it means, Susie. But in the dream time, you know, with Eagle looking into the distance of things. So with the combination, my take on this is that in the dream time, allow Eagle to see further off and to view what future things could be. Okay, Barry, you know I'll get you a card, but Alex is next because I said before I saw, and I got to stick with that. Drum roll, please. Hello, Diane. So I'm doing this slow. It's my first time out doing card readings in quite a while, so y'all just be patient with me. Um, I know you are. I'll call you up in the middle of the night and wake your ass up and do a reading for you. Good morning, Roman. Yeah, it's 1:39 here. Okay, so I got the shuffle going on. Um, so Alex, you know, there's a time lag. So 30 seconds, close your eyes, raise your hand, and whatever you may think or need on your mind, then let that be what's on your head for the next 30 seconds. Okay? Close your eyes, raise your hand. So they say the cards can stay pat. All right. Sometimes I have to turn them around because if I pull the card, then it may need to be upside down depending on which way I hold the cards. So have to make sure that I have the alignment right as well. So yeah, okay, they say the cards are shuffled. Good enough. I did have to turn them upside down though. All right, that's a really strong card. Ooh, okay. I got one card. There's one down here somewhere. It's all right. Which one of you of these is this now? I got two or three of them. When I spread them out, and one of them feels hotter than another, and so I have to spread them out a little more to see which one is giving me the highest energy reading, like this one. Ooh, interesting. Wow. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, here we go. So hmm, that's a maybe. Um, so here you go, Alex. Two cards: turkey and possum, the opossum. And possum is straight up, and turkey is upside down. So, and there's a question mark card, and it's the crow. Um, but turkey needs to, no, I'm sorry, possum needs to go first. So, number 23 in the book. Now, we got a lot of possums around here. I've had possums, you know, eat my chickens, kill my chickens, and they're sons of bitches. And diversion is a possum. Possum roll over Are you really dead? Or just playing possum? Was it something I said? Hey, Isby, possum's greatest form of protection is to play dead. In doing this, possum confuses many predators into believing that the game is over. Oftentimes, the confused rival walks away or looks the other direction for a moment, and possum runs for safety. Possum medicine uses a great deal of strategy. If all else fails, possum plays dead. It has the ability to fight with its claws and teeth, and they do have claws and teeth. Um, but it really uses this form of protection. Instead, the supreme strategy of diversion is constantly employed when things get a little too hard to handle. Possum has developed an act that would receive an Academy Award in the animal kingdom. The musk of the death scent is excreted at will, and it stank too, let me tell you. Adding to the master play that sends enemies on many trails of confusion. If possum is turned up in your cards, you are being asked. Here's the hard. Here's the. Drrr, you're being asked to use strategy in some present situation. Rely upon your instincts for the best way out of a tight corner if you're in one. If you have to pretend to be apathetic or unafraid, do it. Oftentimes, if you refuse to struggle or show that hurtful words bother you, your taunter will see no further fun in the game. Somebody's picking on you. If it just don't bother you and you just, it just ain't no, it's no fun then. Warriors have used possum medicine for centuries, playing dead when the enemy gets near, and then jumping up and then the least expected, the war cry is heard. Victory is sweet when the strategy is one of mental as well as physical. Possum may be relaying to you that you are to expect the unexpected and be clever in achieving your victory. This could be a victory over a bothersome salesman or a nosy neighbor, or in essence, Possum is beckoning you to use your brain. Use your brain. And in some sense of drama and surprise to get over some barrier that may be in your way for your progress. So, possum, straight up. Turkey, number 31, upside down. Now, turkey is the giveaway, if I'm right. Giveaway, yep. Ho, brother turkey, so freely you give of something that you are, so others may truly live. Turkey is actually thought to be the giveaway eagle or south eagle of many native peoples. The philosophy of giveaway was practiced by many tribes. Simply stated, is the deep and abiding recognition of the sacrifices of both self and of others. People in modern day society who have many times more than they need should study the noble turkey who sacrifices itself so that we may live. In the turkey's death, we have our life. Honor turkey. Spectators unfamiliar with the cultural phenomena of the potlatch or giveaway ceremony are often mystified by it. A member may gladly give away all he or she owns and do so without in order to help the people. In present day urban life, we are taught to acquire and get ahead. The person with the most toys wins the game. In some cultures, no one can win the game unless the whole of the people's needs are met. A person who claims more than his or her share is looked upon as selfish or crazy or both. The poor, the aged, and the feeble have honor. The person who gives away the most and carries the burdens of the people is one of the most respected. Turkey was the medicine of many saints and mystics. Celebrate it if you have turkey medicine. Your virtues are many. You have transcended self. You act and react on the behalf of others. You aspire to help those who need help. Now, that's the I can't go any further with that because it's upside down. So, but that gives you what turkey is supposed to be. Turkey, contrary, there are several aspects to pulling the gobbler card in the reverse position. Are you gobbling up anything and everything out of fear or lack of something? Are you holding on too tight and refusing to let go of a dime for charity? It could be that the Scrooge in you has grown accustomed to the miserly aspect of living. If not, you might look at the possibility that you are fearful of spending money at this time. Now, we can all understand that one, okay? Another aspect of contrary gobbling is the idea that the world owes you something and that you do not need to recycle the energy. The buck stops here may only mean that it stops in your bank account. On all levels of this contrary message, the key note is that generosity of spirit is being neglected. This can be towards self or towards others. Now, I would say that sometimes it's towards self, um, because we don't honor ourselves sometimes. Well, we ain't good enough. There are a lot of weird things that pop up in that. Remember, never give to receive. That is manipulation. Giving is without regret and with a joyful heart, or the giveaway has lost its true meaning. Now, I read the standing up part first, Alex, um, because it with turkey it could be either or, so it's up to you. But I read the giveaway part first, so um, I forgot who's next. Tracy. Tracy's next, and then I don't know. Hey, Coleslaw. Okay, it's 1:50 a.m. in the morning time. You're welcome, Alex. Don't know if it fits or not. And if it doesn't fit today, it might fit tomorrow, you know. And I'll say this about the giveaway, and not necessarily towards you, Alex, but um, for me, there's stuff I want to give away, but I ain't got nobody to do it to, and I ain't going to throw it in the garbage. So I can't fulfill what I would like as a giveaway. All right. So, and I want to put that out there, Alex, and for others, because if it's upside down, and it may be that you really want to give something away or have that giveaway without any to give without receiving, and but the opportunity isn't there, or something maybe holding something back. I'm just throwing it out there because I'm in a similar situation with things that I would like to give away or find a home for or something. And I know y'all have mentioned that you'd like some of the stuff whatever. And I'm working on that. Whoops. Oh, I got some cards turned the wrong way. Ooh, let me fix this. How did I do that wrong? I haven't done that in a while. Just sure enough, mix them back and forth, upside down. Anyway, I got them spread out in, in my chair here. I'm trying to do this on the fly. So Tracy's next, right? Let me take a hit, uh, do a cigarette, a minor, not really a break, just a and Tracy, give you that heads up too. About now, be thinking about whatever subject may be on your mind that you might want a card for, or just, but 30 seconds with the lights out. But let me finish this. Of course, you can raise your hand and they'll find you. Come to think, she's in the hospital again, Isby. Oh, do you mean the spirits already know, Tracy? I'm trying to catch up. I want to shuffle just because. See, I'm shuffling cards don't do squat, honestly. It's sort of, I'm realizing it's more for me because I should be able to just, without shuffling, just be able to go, okay, what card is this, without shuffling. But somehow there's a physical part of the shuffling. I, I can't explain it because I got my eyes closed during the whole thing. Um, Now sometimes I look, but a lot of times I don't because I want my brain to be listening to whatever the picture is or might be or something. Um, because it always ends up the same way on how I read the cards. I read it with the tips of my fingers. And so as I fan through the cards, I'm like, okay, I don't feel anything in these first few cards. This one's like a, yeah. But this particular one, um, hmm, I pulled it as a second earlier, but it wants to come out this time. That's Owl as one card, number 21. So I'm fanning through the cards and I'm feeling with the bottom, with underneath the cards, I'm feeling with my fingers. And as I scroll the cards over my fingertips, it'll be like, no, 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 no. Whoops, stop right there, which is like maybe this one, eh, but it's the one at the edge of my fingertips that ended up with Badger. Okay. And so I fan through the rest of the cards, feeling with my fingers, and hmm, we'll see how this works out. Um, there's a moose on the loose. Yeah, Isby, and I want to say this, Isby. I don't know your mom, but I do know you, and I've known you long enough to know the turmoil and everything. And having been around people and friends and stuff, and I'm getting old too, and um, maybe getting well is passing on, and I don't mean that in any kind of negative way. But sometimes getting well is not in the cards, but the prayer may be that if this is a time for her transition, then welcome it and allow it to happen. I know that's a hard subject for a lot of people, but just sitting here, my spirit guys are like, say, hey, mention this to Isby. So you only want one, but you got three. There's a message in them. So, but here's the book. Yeah, I know you know, but and it's a toughie. Yeah, that's all there is to it. Been through it a couple of times. You know, it's a toughie. All right, so Tracy, if you just want one card, then don't listen to the other two, okay? But Al was the first one out of the thing, and Moose is like a giveaway, by the way. So let's see how the three of these tie together. Oh, there's Badger number 29. Oh, I can read that one right now. Aggressiveness. Now, Al is stealthy. Let's see, number 21, because you know do they do go together. Owl is deception, and Badger is aggressiveness. Now, you've got aggressive deception out of this. And let's see, Moose is number 11. Let me go. Uh, so, Moose is self esteem, Owl is deception, and Badger is aggressiveness. Now, with self esteem, aggressive self esteem, deceptive self esteem, aggressively. You're a strange Virgo, huh? Oh, hey, Bob out there. Um, hey, Miss Jewel. Yeah, and they're all straight up too. But so Alan, the deception. Now the deception is that you can anticipate deception. Hey, Miss Michelle. And Badger is vicious and attacks with powerful aggression. That's the first line in it. So aggressiveness, but self-esteem. Now, right off the bat, just looking at these three things, it would be that self-esteem. Somebody's trying to deceive you. Now, this is just my overall. Someone's trying to deceive you, and your self-esteem needs to be more aggressive for whatever that means. Okay, now I'm gonna now I'm gonna do them, and they want me to start with Al. Al medicine, Al magic omens, time and space. Does the truth emerge? Casting out deception, silent flight, sacred medicine bird. So Al medicine is symbolically associated with clairvoyance, astral project, astral projection, and magic, both black and white. Al is called night eagle on several medicine wheels used by Amerindians. Traditionally, Al sits in the east, the place of illumination. Since time immemorial, humanity has been afraid of the night, the dark, and the unseen, waiting fearfully for the first crack of morning light. Conversely, night is Al's friend. Owl hunts its prey at night. Not only can the owl see in the dark, it can also accurately pinpoint and identify any sound. Owl feathers, some native people are fearful of owl and call its feathers deceiver feathers. Now, I didn't know this many years ago when I went to a powwow, and the natives wouldn't let me in until I took the owl feather out of my hat. An owl feather is silent. You cannot hear owl when it flies, but its prey definitely knows it when it's caught. Owl is oftentimes the medicine of sorcerers or witches. If owl is your medicine, you'll be drawn to magical practices and perhaps explore the dark arts. You should always resist any temptation to practice black magic or any art that takes energy away from another person or any being. If you have owl medicine, these night birds have a tendency to collect around you, and they do around me. Is it any wonder owl is a symbol for wisdom? Um, because owl can see that which others cannot, which is the essence of true wisdom. When others are deceived, owl sees and knows what is there. If owl is in your personal medicine, no one can deceive you about what they are doing, no matter how they may try to disguise or hide it from you. You may be a little frightening to be around sometimes, since so many people have ulterior motives which you can see right through. If you are unaware of your medicine power, you may have to take your keen insights and abilities for granted. Others never do. If you pulled the owl card, you are being asked to use your powers of keen, silent observation to intuit some life situation. Owl is befriending you and aiding you in seeing the total truth. Owl can bring you messages in the night through dreams or meditation. Pay attention to the signals. So now Badger is number 29, which is back here. Aggressiveness. Badger, 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 until you reach your goal. Know the inner power that lives within your soul. Badger is vicious and attacks with powerful aggression. Badger is quick to anger and quicker to pounce. The power of Badger's medicine is aggressiveness and the willingness for what it wants. It'll fight for what it wants. The very thought of facing Badger makes other animals run for cover. Like Skunk, Badger's reputation precedes it. Its hissing fangs will tear lesser aggressive opponents to shreds. Badger medicine is the medicine of many powerful medicine women. For Badger is also the keeper of the medicine roots. Badger sees all the roots of Mother Earth as healing herbs hanging in its burrow home. These roots are the key to aggressive healing. So, Al's talking about deception and aggressive healing with a deception. Just keep that in mind. Roots can ground energy. Uh, Roots can ground negative energy into the earth by allowing illness to pass through a body into the ground as neutral energy. Badger medicine people are quick to act in a crisis and they do not panic. If Badger is a part of your medicine, you're quick to express your feelings and you do not care what the consequences are. Badger people oftentimes insist on carrying the ball for the touchdown. This attitude, however, does not endure them to the rest of their team. Badger medicine may also point to the aggressive healer who will have the courage to use unconventional means to exact a cure. Like the mother who sits for days nursing a child with high fever, Badger is willing to persist. Um, if Badger has pushed its way into your cards today, it may be telling you that you have been too meek in trying to reach some goal. Badger asks you how long you are willing to sit and wait for the world to deliver your silver spoon. In this medicine, the key is to become aggressive enough to do something, whatever it is, about your present state of affairs. Badger is teaching you to get angry in a creative way and say, I won't take it anymore. You must follow up by keeping your eye on the goal. Honor the healing process as you express those inner feelings. Be aggressive, but don't cut into others' ribbons on the way. that is that is too much aggression. Use your anger to stop your lolling around so that your doldrums of apathy are a thing of the past. Badger is a powerful medicine when properly used for self improvement. Now, the third one is moose. Moose is self-esteem. Moose, help me honor the gifts I can give and recognize my worthiness as long as I live. Self-esteem. Moose, and it's also number 11. Oh, you work for the dying hospice. Oh, gracious me. I've worked with areas and folks like that. God bless you, Tracy. Moose is found in the north of the medicine wheel, as is buffalo. North represents the place of wisdom. Self-esteem is the medicine of moose because it represents the power of recognizing that wisdom has been used in a situation and that recognition or a pat on the back is deserved. Moose is the largest member of the deer family and is great strength. The call of the male moose is an awesome thing to hear on a musky spring night. The bellow of a male moose can be viewed as a positive force, since it represents his willingness to tell the world about his feelings. This tell the world trait contains a joyfulness which only comes with a sense of accomplishment. There is no greater joy than a job well done. This trait is therefore not seeking approval, but rather an enjoyment of sharing because of the spontaneous explosion of joy that comes from the deepest part of one's being. Now, I find this little paragraph here just like, what? This trait, there is no greater joy than a job well done. This trait is therefore not a seeking of approval. The things I do for, um, ain't for approval, it's for the fun of it, right? But rather an enjoyment of sharing. That's why I invite folks to say, come go kayaking with me, because the spontaneous explosion of joy that comes from the deepest part of one's being. Now, I don't know how that fits with you, Tracy, but that statement right there, that there's a bunch in there. Anyway, wisdom woven throughout the scenario is that creation constantly brings forth new ideas and future creation. So every day is a new day, new ideas, new creations, and the wisdom in doing this shouting is that the joy is catching. In a sense, the bellowing is a way for all of us to enlighten up and give ourselves or each other a pat on the back and as a job well done. Most moose medicine people have the ability to know when to use the gentleness of deer and when to activate the stampede of buffalo. Now, this is interesting because badger is in here as aggressive. So the moose knows when to have the gentleness of deer, but maybe tied in with badger, the aggressiveness it needs. So they understand the balance between giving orders to get things done and having a willingness to do things for themselves. Self-esteem sucks. Well, see that you got to quit saying that. That's part of it. The wisdom of moose medicine is akin to grandfather warrior who has long since put away his war paint and is now advising the young bucks to cool their blood. Moose medicine is often found in elders who have walked the good red road and have seen many things in their earth walk. Their joy lies in being the teachers and the children and of being the first ones to give encouragement. This is not to say that moose medicine people do not use their wisdom to warn people as well as to give praise, because they do. Moose medicine people know what to say, when to say it, and to whom. The elders are honored in tribal law for their gifts of wisdom, for their teaching abilities, and for the calmness they impart in the council. If you are wise beyond your years and have the gift of moose medicine, Use this gift to encourage others to learn and to grow. There are many facets to the wisdom of moose medicine. If you've chosen the card today, you have a reason to feel good about something that you may have accomplished on your journey. This may be a habit you've broken, a completion of some sort, an insight on a goal, or a new sense of self that you have fought hard to earn. It is the time of feeling harmonious pride and of recognizing those who aided you in the process. So there's your 3 card spread. I'm a friendly. Understood, Tracy. I do get what you mean. So the cards are giving you a pat on the back. Did you catch that? Oh man. Diane is next. Okay. I want to light this cigarette and just hang out for a minute. And then I'll get to Diane. Thank y'all for being patient with me tonight. For some reason, I really feel tied. I really feel tied in, and sometimes you hear them give instructions, and it's just like what? And it's really hard to ignore. I know that's got to be tough, Tracy. Nobody'd hang in with me for 25 years for anything hardly. My friend Marcia that passed last year, um, we had known each other for 40 odd years. So I knew her before I bought this property. And, I do miss her. I hope, God knows, I hope she's in a better place because she was in a pit when she was still here because of her condition and so forth. And, there's some other folks who have been very sick recently, and some have made their passing. And it's that fact of life that we are all going to face. And I spent quite a few years fearing it, death that is. And I've had several near-death experiences. I've had that. I think it was bat, but it was what I read for on Milky Way Soul Tribe thing. Um, that you dig your own grave and you get in it and you experience the resurrection, the rebirth, the being reborn. And I've gone through it, and on purpose and not on purpose. Uh, they kind of drug me along, said, "Here, you're going to go through this trial here, brother." And it was, one was mentally, and the other was quite physically in the dirt down on the river. And so for my experience, I'm like, wow, I've actually done some of this stuff, and not necessarily trying to relate it to you, but in that, holy crap, wow, I, yeah, you know. Anyway, hey, David Castle. Okay, friend Barry, I forgot who's next. Already, I forgot. Let me see if I can scroll back up. Hey, Michelle. Diane. Okay, I got you. I beat you to it. Thank you, Jules. Yeah, I'm just taking a cigarette break, and all right, I'm getting my little brain on Diane, and I'm gonna go ahead and shuffle the cards. But then again, see, it's like I said, I often wonder, why do I shuffle these damn things at all? Because they're just cards, and I'm gonna feel over them anyway. Yeah, I do have a little bit of some coffee left. And I want to give a big shout out to Bob, our AI friend. Things were glitching a little earlier. I appreciate you stabilizing and hope it works out. So let me go through these cards for Diane and see. Hmm. Moose showed up again as like an iffy card. And so take into consideration what was already said about Moose about self-esteem. Um, and I'm not sure about that card that keeps wanting to pop out. But the two cards that have come up, and this is for Diane, right? Is Horse and the Whale. Oh, there's stuff out there that'll piss you off right now. And it's really easy to let things just kind of just get out of hand. They want me to do Horse first, which is number 35. Horse is power. Mighty horse, power to run across the open plains, or to bring the wisdom of the shields dancing in purple dream rain. Now, this is about how horse, just keep that in mind, power. Stealing horses is stealing power was a statement made frequently in historical Native American and a reference to the esteemed role which horse played in the native cultures. Horse is a physical power and an unearthly power. In shamanic practices throughout the world, horse enables shamans to fly through the air and to reach heaven. Humanity made a great leap forward when horse was domesticated, a discovery akin to that of fire. Before horse, humans were earthbound, heavy laden, and slow creatures indeed. Once humans climbed on horses' back, they were as free and fleet as the wind. They could carry burdens for great distances with ease. Through their special relationship with horse, humans altered their self concept beyond measure. Through their special relationship with horse, humans altered their self concept beyond measure. Horse was the first animal medicine for civilization. Humanity owes an incalculable debt to horse and to the new medicine that it brought. It would be a long walk to see one's brother or sister if horse had not welcomed the two-legged rider upon its back. Today we measure the capacity of engines with the term horsepower, a reminder of the days when horse was an honored and highly prized partner with humanity. Dreamwalker, a medicine man, was walking across the plains to visit the Arapaho Nation. He carried with him his pipe. The feather tied into his long black hair pointed to the ground, marking him as a man of peace. Over the rise of a hill, Dreamwalker saw a herd of wild mustangs running towards him. Black Stallion approached him and asked if he was seeking an answer on his journey. Black Stallion said, "I am from the void, where answers lives. Ride on my back and know the power of entering the darkness and finding the light." Dreamwalker thanked Black Stallion and agreed to visit him when his medicine was needed in the dream time. Yellow Stallion approached Dreamwalker next and offered to take him to the east, where illumination lives. Dreamwalker could share the answers he found there to teach and illuminate others. Once again, Dreamwalker thanked Yellow Stallion and said he would use those gifts of power on his journey. Red Stallion approached, rearing playfully. He told Dreamwalker of the joys of balancing work and heavy medicine with the joyful experiences of play. He reminded Dreamwalker that he could better hold the attention to those he taught when humor was integrated into the lesson. Dreamwalker thanked him and promised to remember the gift of joy. Dreamwalker was nearing his destination. The Arapaho Nation was close at hand. White Stallion came to the front of the herd. Dreamwalker mounted White Stallion's back. White Stallion was the message carrier for all of the other horses, and represented wisdom in power. This magnificent horse was the embodiment of the balanced medicine shield. No abuse of power will ever lead to wisdom, said White Stallion. You, Dreamwalker, have made this journey to heal a brother in need, to share the sacred pipe, and to heal Mother Earth. You have the knowledge through humility that you are an instrument of the Great Spirit. As I carry you upon my back, you carry the needs of the people on yours. In wisdom, you understand that power is not given lightly, but awarded to those who are willing to carry the responsibility in a balanced manner. Dreamwalker the shaman had been healed by the visit of the wild horses and knew that his purpose in coming to the Arapaho was to share those gifts with him. In understanding the power of force, you may see how to strive for a balanced medicine shield. True power is wisdom found in the remembering of your total journey. They want me to repeat that. True power is wisdom found in remembering your total journey. Wisdom comes from remembering pathways you have walked in another person's moccasins. Compassion, caring, teaching, loving, and sharing your gifts, talents, and abilities are the gateways to power. Now, this card was upside down. If your ego has gotten in the way, you may have failed to notice the lack of respect you have been receiving from others. You may, on the other hand, be struggling with others who are abusing their power. Should I say something? Should I fight my desire to put them in their place? You may be asking yourself. Remember the times in your own life when you have fallen out of grace with Great Spirit, and then have compassion for the brothers or sisters who are now doing the same. If you are overpowering another or feeling overwhelmed yourself, horse medicine in both the dignified and contrary positions is a simple reminder of how to know the balance of your shields. In allowing all pathways to have equal validity, you will see the power and glory of the unified family of humanity. This is the gift of the rainbow warrior or warrioress. The eye has no place in the whirling rainbow that comes from the great mystery and is replaced by the universal we. All colors of the rainbow and all pathways are honored as one. Applying this knowledge and reclaim the power you may have given away by forgetting to come from compassion. Untangle yourself from any present situation and understand that every human being must follow this pathway to power before galloping upon the winds of destiny. And every person has their own path and their own journey as well. So now the next one is whale. And I had noticed whale earlier and it came up. Now it's upside down as well, but I'm going to read the whale of mighty oceans. You have seen it all. Secrets of the ages are heard within your call. Teach me how to hear your words and how to understand the very roots of history of when our world began. Whale is the record keeper. Whale is very much like a swimming library. Whale carries the history of Mother Earth and is said to have been placed here by the ancients from the dog star Sirius. Biologists say that whale is a mammal and very possibly lived on land millions of years ago. In tribal legend, whales' move into the ocean happened when the earth shifted and Lemuria, the motherland, went below the waves. All of our petroglyphs speak of the motherland Mu and the disaster that brought the red race to North America from the west beyond the great waters. The symbol in the petroglyphs speak of the rivers and the mountains crossed by our ancestors when they sought solid ground as the water receded. Whale saw the events that led to the settling of Turtle Island and has kept the records and knowledge of the motherland alive. It is said that Mu will rise again when the fire comes from the sky and lands in another ocean on Mother Earth. The native medicine people are waiting for this event as the next sign of Earth changes. Earth's children will have to unite and honor all ways and all races in order to survive. Whale medicine people are coded with their DNA to understand that sound frequencies can bring up records in the memories of ancient knowledge. Now, this is true with all of us. With the right frequencies, songs, drums, whatever, it can unlock in each one of us different things. Um, they're usually clairaudient or able to hear both very low and very high frequencies. They are usually also physically developed and fairly telepathic. Many times, however, they are not awakened to their gifts until it is time to use those stored records. Many whale medicine people are able to tap into the universal mind of the Great Spirit and have no idea how or why they know what they know. Only later, when they receive confirmation, to begin to understand how they know or why they receive the impressions. Now, if you pull the whale card, you're being asked to tap into these records and to allow yourself to be sung to by those who have the original language. Now, this is upside down. If whale has beached itself in your cards, the contrary medicine implies that you're not following your sonar or your homing device. On some level, you have forgotten that you hold all the answers that you need to survive, to grow, and to claim the power of your chosen destiny. It may be that you are having to deal with a lot of chatter in your head and you cannot get to your own personal records. If so, you may need to use other sounds to enter into the silence. The drum or the rattle, the Indian flute, or the sounds of nature may help you. The call of whale is the lullaby of the tides. Rock yourself gently and float into the world of the sea. Flow with the waters of time and collect your answers. They are the only truth that will lead to your personal pathway of knowing. They want me to read that again. Flow with the waters of time and collect your answers. They are the only truth that will lead to your personal pathway of knowing. Following somebody else and whatever ain't finding yours, you know. It can help you to find yours, but yours ain't theirs and theirs ain't yours. I mean, you know. Contrary whale is saying that you must desire to know. It's in italics. Contrary whale is saying that you must desire to know. You must seek the whale song within you. And hearing the whale's call, you will connect to the ancients on a cellular level. And then, as you relax into the flow of the song's rhythm, you will begin to open up your unique library of records. It may not come at all at once, it may take practice, and I can guarantee it will. It'll take practice. But if you hold the desire to know close to your heart, it will be the whale's gift to you. Look to the great star nation and send gratitude to Sirius for the song of whale. Okay, so that's that reading. For whatever reason, they want me to re-emphasize this. Contrary whale is saying that you must desire to know. You must seek the whale song within you. And everybody's got their own Akashic record. Mine ain't yours. And there are folks out there that have been talking, oh, you know, the Akashic record is this. And they're accessing theirs, not yours or his or mine, or they're accessing their Akashic record. And that ain't what, you know. So there are folks who believe that the Akashic record is one and it includes everybody. And that's just not true. All right. So this injustice on the world comes over me, and some things more about someone, and I could not help it today. All's good. Good. Roller coaster world. Yeah. Now, many moons ago, I on when Brian was still alive. For those of you who remember Brian, I said this is going to be a roller coaster ride. And because of the wave energy of going like this, to get inside, find an inner tube and get in it and hold on, because there it was going to be like this for the next future. And we, you know, the best way um, to take them ways is to be, you know, securely inside a good inner tube so you don't roll off or out or whatever. But anyway, so and to the truth be known, it has been a roller coaster ride for a while. And, you know, last night, that let it slip that the, you know, POTUS, you know, um, Supreme Court SCOTUS, excuse me, you know, was that they were going to change or rescind Roe versus Wade. Now, there's hunger and mayhem and everything going on in the world, and they want to bring this up. Can you say diversion? You know, can you say, here, look over here? Forget about all this other stuff going on. Look over here. That this is more important than the rest of the crap that's going on in the world. I mean, should it be addressed or whatever? Yeah, okay. But they're doing it at a time. You need to scratch your head and go, what? Why are they doing it now? Just saying, you know, them guys who are controlling stuff and think they got. And I've said recently that, you know, the general flow of stuff is that they're going to try something's coming up. I even said something last night. I said they're going to try something. Don't know what it is, but they're fixing to try something. And lo and behold, today, Roe versus Wade, Supreme Court, blah, blah, blah. Oh my God, everybody's looking over here now. Was that a prophecy? Was that looking into the future? I just knew something was coming up that was going to, and it happened. Actually, it happened yesterday. So was I picking up on that? I don't know. I think other people were too. It ain't just me. But anyway, it's really interesting, certain things that have taken place though. So it itches, huh? All right, so yeah, giddy up, Jules. So who's keeping up with who's keeping up? I got a couple more readings in me. It's 2:39 a.m. and maybe by 3:20 I'll be done for. So if anybody still wants a card reading, I'm good for a little while. All right. Let's see how this goes. Hey Katniss, how you doing? 7:39 where you're at? It's 2:39 here. You're ahead of us then. Okay, Jules, you're next. Simply because you said so and you got first. All right, Jules. 30 seconds, raise your hand. Okay, Katniss. Somebody else would might have been waiting, but at the moment we're going to go with I've got um, I've got yours, Jules. Interesting. Two dogs. One is the wolf and one's the fox. Now the fox was, I think, the first one up. So let me get to it. Number 25 is fox. Camouflage. Fox. Where are you? Under the ferns, becoming the forest so I can learn? Are you waiting, invisible? Are you watching, invisible to me, trying to teach me how to become a tree? Wily Fox, camouflage. Wily Fox has many allies in the woodlands, including the foliage, which offers protection and much medicine. Fox is seemingly able to vanish amidst the lush undergrowth of the forest. The flora is Fox's ally. The ability to meld into one's surroundings and be unnoticed is a powerful gift when one is observing the activities of others. Another natural gift of Fox is the ability to adapt to winter by changing color. Like a chameleon, its rich white winter coat allows Fox to blend into the snow when the leaves no longer linger. Fox medicine involves adaptability, cunning, observation, integration, and the swiftness of thought and action. These traits may also include quick decisiveness and sure-footedness in the physical world. Fox's ability to be unseen allows it to be the protector of the family unit. If danger arises, Fox is Johnny on the spot. Great Spirit in the chalk honors Fox with the duty of keeping the family together and safe. This is accomplished through Fox's ability to observe undetected without making others self conscious. Fox's ability to observe undetected without making others self conscious is important. Fox is always concerned with the safety of family members and is an excellent talisman for those traveling far afield. If Fox has chosen to share its medicine with you, it is a sign that you are to become like the wind, which is unseen, yet is able to weave into and through any location or situation. You would be wise to observe the acts of others rather than their words at this time. They want me to read that again. You would be wise to observe the acts of others rather than their words at this time. Use your cunning nature in a positive way. Keep silent about those, about who and what and why you are observing. In learning the art of camouflage, you need to test your abilities to pull this off. While learning from Fox, you may also gain confidence in your ability to know instantly what will happen next. After observing for a while, you will become aware of certain predictability in given situations and be able to act quickly to make your move. Fox medicine teaches the art of oneness through its understanding of camouflage. This applies on all levels from rocks to God. With Fox medicine, you are being asked to see all types of uses for oneness. Much like the clowns at a rodeo, Fox can keep the raging bull from stampeding a friend or a family member. Fox can use silly tactics as a brilliant camouflage to move. No one could guess the sly power behind such ingenious maneuvers. That's Fox. Now, the next one is Wolf, number 15. Wolf is teacher. Wolf, teacher, pathfinder, moondog of my soul, howling, singing, teaching me how to know. Wolf is the pathfinder, the forerunner of new ideas, who returns to the clan to teach and to share medicine. Wolf takes one mate for life and is loyal like dog. If you were to keep company with wolves, you would find an enormous sense of family within the pack, as well as a strong individualistic urge. These qualities make Wolf very much like the human race. As humans, we all have the ability to be part of society and yet still embody our individual dreams and desires and ideas. In the great star nation, Wolf is represented by the dog star Sirius. Now, for those listening, this is the second time dog star has been brought into this, okay? Sirius was thought to be the home of the gods by the ancient Egyptians and is still considered so by the Dogon tribe in Africa. It stands to reason that the Native American people would formulate this same connection and adopt wolf people as the clan of teachers. The senses of wolf are very keen, and the moon is its power ally. The moon is a symbol for psychic energy or the unconscious that holds the secrets of knowledge and wisdom. Baying at the moon may be an indication of Wolf's desire to connect with new ideas which are just below the surface of consciousness. Wolf medicine empowers the teacher within us all to come forth and aid the children of earth in understanding the great mystery of life. If you have drawn Wolf's card, you may be able to share your personal medicine with others. Your intuitive side may also have an answer or teaching for your personal use at this time. They want me to read that again. Your intuitive side may also have an answer or teaching for your personal use at this time, not somebody else's. As you feel Wolf coming alive within you, you may wish to share your knowledge by writing or lecturing that will help others better understand their uniqueness and their path in life. It is the sharing of great truths that the consciousness of humanity will attain new heights. Like, wow, Wolf could also be telling you to seek out lonely places that will allow you to seek your own teacher within you. In the aloneness of a power place, devoid of other humans, you may find the true you. Look for teachings, no matter where you are. Wolf would not come to you unless you requested the appearance of the tribe's greatest teacher. So there you go. You asked for this. Okay, Miss Jules. All right. I know Katniss asked, and I can't remember who asked after that. I think Isby. Where Isby, I know you want a card. You're welcome. Does it make any sense? Katniss, you're next, right? I think. I'm just going to go with that for the moment. Now they want me to shuffle for some reason. Interesting. I didn't shuffle the last two times. Or whatever. All right, Katniss. Close your eyes, 30 seconds, raise your hand, and whatever answer you might be looking for might be on your mind at the moment or whatever. So, but 30 seconds, hand in the air, so my spirit guys can see you. I'm doing through the cards, so I've already got my shuffle done. And that's interesting. Okay, here you go, Katniss. This is an odd one. I got three cards up, and two of them, one is skunk and one is badger. Now, we've already read badger and its aggressiveness, but I already know enough about skunk and badger to know what the message is between them and its reputation. So, um, skunk's biggest medicine is his reputation because, any animal that has ever been around a skunk knows its scent has been squirted, reputation. And the same thing with badger. Badger gets away with a lot because it's so freaking mean, and the aggressiveness. So, but dragonfly is the key one here. And, but the, the message I can tell you right now between badger and skunk is reputation. So they want me to do dragonfly first, and then but just seeing these other two. Well, since I'm here at number 7, skunk, and guess what? It's reputation. Skunk, tell me the story so I will know it well of how to attract and how to repel. So it states right in Badger right away that one of its keen things is reputation. They know that Badger is aggressive and to leave it alone. Skunk, its reputation is its smell. Skunk Medicine, go ahead and laugh. This little furry animal has a reputation that contains a great deal of power. Due to its distinctive behavior, humans give this tiny, smelly little creature a wide berth. The key word here is respect. Unlike other predatory animals, skunk does not threaten your life but threatens your senses. You may know this to be true if you've ever been in the vicinity of its prey. In observing the habit patterns of skunk, it is easy to notice the playfulness and nonchalance of this natural behavior. The I dare you attitude of this four legged creature commands you, as the observer, to respect its space by mere reputation alone. Skunk is teaching you that by walking your talk and by respecting yourself, you will create a position of strength and honored reputation. The carriage of your body relates to others what you believe about yourself. In other words, your outward appearance and how you work and walk and talk. Other people see that, so they see it versus hear it. So if you're looking cranky and sullen and skulking around, that's going to be the attitude people see of you. So the carriage of your body relates to others what you believe in yourself. There is no need to bully, aggravate, torment, or overpower other beings when your sense of self is intact. As with skunk, the resonant field of energy around your body is relayed through the senses. Self esteem, and that's been brought up, permeates the body's energy and is instantly recognized as extrasensory level by other folks. Learn to assert your ego what you are. Respect follows. Your self respectful attitude will repel those who are not of your like mind. So if you've got a positive attitude all the time and somebody wants to be cranky, they just ain't going to get along with you. But yet, your self respect will attract those who choose the same pathway. As the odor of skunk attracts others of its kind, it repels those who will not respect its space. If you've chosen this symbol, you are being asked to notice the kinds of people who are attracted to you. That's interesting. If they emulate favorable characteristics, have enough self esteem to recognize those characteristics within yourself. Walk tall and be proud of the accomplishments you've made. Bear in mind that what you believe about yourself is your ultimate protection. Project self respect. And being asked to reconsider also. Wow, that's interesting, ain't it, Katniss? So those are that's skunk. So reputation. So but that's where Badger comes in too in this extra card. Now, but number 27, Dragonfly was like the main message, but I can see where skunk was an important message too. So I went ahead and read it. Dragonfly is illusion. Dragonfly breaks illusion, brings visions of power. No need to prove it. Now is the hour. Know it, believe it. Great Spirit intercedes, feeding you, blessing you, and filling all your needs. Dragonfly medicine is of the dream time and the illusionary facade we accept as physical reality. The iridescence of dragonfly's wings reminds us of colors not found in our everyday experience. Dragonfly's shifting of colors, energy, form, and movement explodes into the mind of the observer, bringing vague memories of a time replaced where magic reigned. Some legends say that Dragonfly was once dragon and that dragon had scales like dragonfly's wings. Dragon was full of wisdom and flew through the night, bringing light with its fiery breath. The breath of dragon brought forth the art of magic and the illusion of changing form. Then dragon got caught in its own facade. Coyote tricked dragon into changing form, and the shape of its new body became like dragonflies. In accepting the challenge to prove its power and its magical prowess, dragon lost its power. Dragonfly is the essence of the winds of change, the messages of wisdom and enlightenment, and the communications from the elemental world, like fairies and so forth. This elemental world is made up of the tiny spirits of plants and of the elements of air, earth, fire, and water. In essence, this world is full of nature spirits. If dragonfly has flown into your cars today, you may have forgotten to water your plants. I actually did. On the other hand, on another level, you may need to give thanks to the foods that you eat for sustaining your body. On the psychological level, it may be time to break down the illusions you have held that restricts your actions or ideas. Dragonfly medicine always beckons you to seek out the parts of your habits which you may need to change. Have you put on too much weight, or have you started to look like a scarecrow? Have you tended to the changes you have wanted to make in your life? If you feel the need for change, call on Dragonfly. So, Katniss, you're lost, quit your job, blah, blah, blah. So, call on Dragonfly to guide you through the mist of illusions to the pathway of transformation. If you need a change, call on Dragonfly. See how you can apply the art of illusion to your present question or situation. And remember that things are never completely as they seem. Now, just on the outset, what you said, that one kind of fits. I'm not keeping score. It's what y'all see and what the cards mean to you. Um, so far, I ain't heard anybody say, I was far off the mark. I researched for. You're welcome, Katniss. Okay. Um, all right, it's 3 o'clock. Isby, I'll do one for you. Michelle, I think you asked, and I know Elderberry did. So I don't know how much longer I'm going to last. All right. So Isby, Michelle, and Elderberry for the moment. Okay. Let me shuffle these here cards. I'm missing half of the deck. Hey, Steve, how are you? With all the negativity that's going on in the world these last few days and this last week, and the video I did last night that got lengthy, but the fear and loathing on planet Earth, it just keeps coming back up that people just need to be aware that you're being controlled by all the constant fear, and the planet is being controlled by the hate and the loathing between peoples and races, and so anyway, they've been really hammering my head about that, trying to stay dry, as in liquor wise or rain wise. But I'll send a prayer for you either way. A leaky roof is just as bad as trying to stay off of alcohol, if that's what you mean by trying to stay dry. All right, so Isby, this is for you if you're still hanging out. All right. Roman, did you say you wanted a card? I can't remember. All right. So, Isby, this one's for you. If there's time. All right. I don't know if Isby's still awake or not, but there seemed to be only one card um, for you, Isby, and it's the elk upside down, number 3. So sometimes my fingers light up, and elk is stamina. Elk, your antlers reach for the sun. Show me that strength and stamina are one. Elk wandered through the forest looking for a partner. The mating season was in full swing, and the bucks that usually traveled with the other males had dispersed to find mates for the season. As Elk bellowed his mating call through the forest, his bugling alerted Mountain Lion that a feast could be in the making. Mountain Lion circled Elk, getting closer to his prey moment by moment. Elk sensed the impending danger when the forest grew suddenly silent. He broke for the high country when he spotted his pursuer, but Mountain Lion was far behind. As Elk made a running leap for the timberline, Mountain Lion gained on him. But Elk continued to run onward, displaying tremendous stamina. Finally, Mountain Lion just gave up, having spent his energy in spurts as he tried to jump over boulders to reach Elk. Elk paced himself, making headway as he climbed skyward towards the high country. Elk had no other defense except his ability to go the distance, setting a pace that allowed him to utilize his stamina and energy to the fullest. Elk medicine teaches us that pacing yourself will increase your stamina. Elk medicine people may not be the first ones to arrive at a goal, but they always arrive without getting burned out. If you have taken on too much recently, it might be a good idea to look at how you plan to finish what you have started without ending up in the hospital. Now it's upside down. If elk has appeared in the reverse position, you may be stretching the rubber band to the breaking point. Be careful of undue stress levels, or you might just create an illness to force you to take a break. On another level, you may not be honoring your desire for companionship with the opposite sex, and you may have forgotten the excitement of mating season. If this is the case, you may find that your best option is to invite friends of the opposite sex for dinner or an afternoon outing. In all cases, elk is telling you to look at how you choose to create your present pathway and how you intend to perpetuate it to reach your goal. Your best weapon is the same as elk's: to stop when you need to persist when you need to, and to allow room for change and exchange of energies. Now, who was who was next? I done forgot already. Um, Roman, I'll do you next, and then Michelle, and then Elderberry, and then I think I'm done. Not to be rude, but I've done quite a few already. Okay, I'll do Michelle next, and then Roman, and then you, Barry. You can bring up the rear end. Okay, Michelle, this one's for you. All right, Michelle. This is in two interesting cards. Both of them are good, I think. But um, Hummingbird, number 44, and both of these cards are up. Um, I think Hummingbird is the last one in the book. And by the way, there is a card that slipped out that's whale again. And I'll touch on whale, but it's an emphasis on what else is going on. Joy is hummingbird. Hummingbird, joyful little sister, nectar you crave. All the sweetness of the flowers is the love that you gave. Hummingbird is associated with the ghost shirt religion, which taught that a certain dance done properly would bring about the return of the animals and that white people would disappear. Once again, the original people would know the joy of the old ways. In Mayan teachings, Hummingbird can give us the medicine to solve the riddle of the contradiction of duality. The Song of Hummingbird awakens the medicine flowers. Hummer sings a vibration of pure joy. Flowers love hummingbird because their nectar sucking brings about the reproduction of their families. Plant flowers and live because of hummingbird. Hummingbird can fly in any direction, up, down, backwards, and forwards, sideways too. The hummingbird can also hover in one spot and appear to be motionless. Great Spirit created hummingbird to be slightly different from other feathered creatures. Because of their magical qualities, hummingbird feathers have been used for a millennium in the making of love charms. It is said that hummingbird conjures love as no other medicine does. If hummingbird It is said that hummingbird conjures love as no other medicine does, and that hummingbird feathers open the heart. Without an open and loving heart, you can never taste the nectar and pure bliss of life. To brother and sister hummingbird, life is a wonderland of delight, darting from one beautiful flower to another and tasting the essences and radiating the colors. If hummingbird is in your personal medicine, you love life and its joys. Your presence brings joy to others. You join people together in relationships which brings out the best in them. You know instinctively where beauty abides, and near or far, you journey to your ideal. You move comfortably within the beautiful environment and help others taste the succulent nectar of life. If hummingbird has flown into your cards, get ready to laugh musically and enjoy the Creator's many gifts. Drop your judgmental attitude and just relax. Hummingbird will no doubt give you a flash of spirit darting here and there. Get ready for a strange new burst of energy, which may send your senses reeling. Hummingbird hears celestial music and is in harmony with it. Hummingbird may invite you to an art museum or a concert. Never be coarse in front of hummingbird, for this is a fragile medicine which may have no understanding of worldly affairs. Beauty is the target, and hummingbird's mission is to spread joy or be destroyed. Hummingbird quickly dies if caught, caged, or imprisoned. Follow Sister Hummingbird, and you will soon be filled with the paroxysms of joy and experience a renewal of the magic of living. Now, Buffalo is number 19 and popped in there as a number two. Buffalo is prayer and abundance. Buffalo, you bring us the gifts of life. Hear our prayers, smoke rising like the phoenix. We are reborn within the sacred words. In the Lakota tradition, it was the white buffalo calf woman who brought the sacred pipe to the people and taught them to pray. The bowl of the pipe was the receptacle that held the tobacco as herb with male and female medicine. The stem of the pipe is representing the male entering the female and seeding life. In the coming together of male and female, the connection to the divine energy of the Great Spirit was made. As the pipe was loaded with tobacco, every family in nature was asked to enter into the pipe and share its medicine as prayer and praise to the heavens. The smoke was considered to be visual prayer and was very sacred and cleansing. All animals are sacred, but in many traditions, white buffalo is the most sacred. The appearance of white buffalo is a sign that prayers are being heard and that the sacred pipe is being honored, and that the promises of prophecy are being fulfilled. White buffalo signals a time of abundance and plenty. Buffalo was the major source of sustenance for the Plains Indians. It gave meat for food, hides for clothing, warm and soft buffalo robes for long winters, and hooves for glue. The medicine of buffalo is prayer, gratitude, and praise for that which has been received. Buffalo medicine is also knowing that abundance is present when all relations are honored as sacred, and when gratitude is expressed to every living part of creation. Because of its desire to give the gifts that its body provided, and because of its willingness to be used on earth for the highest good before entering the hunting grounds of spirit, buffalo did not readily stampede and run from hunters. Buffalo medicine is a sign that you achieve nothing without the aid of the Great Spirit, and that you must be humble enough to ask for that assistance and be grateful for what you receive. So that's for Michelle. And I think the next one up, it's 316. I'm going to do one for oh, Romans next. Okay, that's right. I already did yours, Isby. I already did yours. I pulled your card. You must have been napping. I already did your card. I did do your card, Isby. You'll have to rewatch the ending there because I did do it. But good night anyway. But I did do your card. Okay, Roman, this one's for you, right? Not could have been, I did do. It'd be, I did do your card. All right, so Roman, I don't recognize your hand as easy as some other folks. So 30 seconds, close your eyes, raise your hand. Hey, Mary Wins, how you doing? Thank you, Steve. Back up the fact that, yeah, I did do it. I did read it. Dude, I can't remember. I've got too many cards in my brain at the moment. I honestly can't remember. You're going to have to watch the end of this tomorrow. It's 3:18 a.m. Um, and Roman, this is for you. It's Frog upside down. Honestly, I can't remember Isby, and I'm trying to stay focused on other people's cards in the moment. So if somebody else can remember, um, I can't think there. I got to stay in my focus spot for the moment. Um, oh, it was elk upside down. Okay, thank you, Barry. Elk upside down. If I can stay awake, Mary, okay, I got two more to do, and you'll be three. But yes, if I can stay awake the next, little bit, you can absolutely have a card. So, but give me a minute to catch up. So, Roman, if you're still out there, your card is Frog, number 38, and I'll get to it in a moment. But it deals with hopping around on. Isby only had one card, Steve. There wasn't a second card. Yeah, you are the frog. Yep. Leaping from lily pad to the next and swimming and trying new things. And but I'll get to that in just a second. I'm doing me a 20 here, and it's 3:20 in the AM, and I'm loading so I can share. Yeah, I'm sure of that, Steve. He was the only one tonight, really one of the few that only had one card, but it was elk upside down. So thank you for reminding me on that. And I got Roman's card here already there, frog upside down. Oh, thank you, Steve. That's okay. I can't be sure of too much at the moment, but I am sure of that. I can't think past that beyond that particular card. But anyway, so some of them I can remember for people, and or I can remember that I pulled a card, but I can't remember who I pulled it for. So this is very, for me, it's very like just in the moment kind of thing. But Mary, I'll get to. I'm awake enough. I can do you, Mary. But I think you'll be the last one. Okay. So Roman, you're the frog, and I'm almost with you. Had to fill my pipe. It was important. No, Mary, if you'll hang out a few minutes. Thanks, Coleslaw. Have a good night. Good morning. Rest well. Yum, yum. I don't know, Steve. There's been some tiredness going on around that ain't got enough. Well, I do work around, but let's see. 38. Frog upside down, hanging from a tree. I'll tell you, this spring there's been some very interesting frog noises coming from the swamp. I mean, we always get frog noises, but well, my brain was partially right on this. Frog is cleansing. Um, Sing, frog, sing. Call the rains. Quench the dryness. Cleanse the earth. Then fill me up again. Frog sings the songs that bring the rain and make the dirt road, more bearable. Not unless it rains a lot and it turns into a slidey puddle. Frog medicine is akin to water energy. And in the East, on the medicine wheel, Frog teaches us to honor our tears, for they cleanse the soul. All water rights belong to Frog, including all initiations by water. So, in other words, if you get baptized, there ought to be a frog swimming around in the thing. Yes, Fox, I saw that earlier that he's safe. Yeah. Water prepares and cleanses the body for sacred ceremony. It is the element we understand best in the womb. Frog, like ourselves, is a polywog in the fetal waters and only learns to hop about after it experiences the world of fluidity. Now, every time I get to this one, I read frog about fluidity. It's just like, what? So if you've ever been free in the water, I used to be scared of water, afraid I was going to drown, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So, but once I got in the water and could swim around and I wasn't afraid of drowning because I could swim, there was that idea, quote, of fluidity. And I don't know how else to explain it. But the transformation into adulthood prepares Frog for its power to call on the waters of the skies, the rain. In knowing the element of water, Frog can sing the song that calls the rain to the earth. And man, these frogs have been singing here recently. I mean, big frog, and others too. Um, when the ponds are dry, frying frog calls upon the thunder beings to cleanse and replenish the earth with water. Like frog, we're asked to know when it is time to refresh, purify, and refill the coffers of the soul. If frog hopped into your cards today, it is ribbit may be calling in the cleansing you may need. If you were to look at where you are today, would you use any of the following words to describe your conditions? Tired, overloaded, harried, frustrated, guilty, itchy, nervous, at, at a loss, empty, or weakened? If so, take a break and allow yourself to bathe in the waters of frog medicine. This could mean a long, relaxing bath, disconnecting the phone, yelling stop, or taking in deep, cleansing breaths. The key thought is to find a way to rid yourself of distractions and to replace the mud with clear energy. Then replenish your parched spirit, your body, and the mind. Much love to you, Michelle. An ability of frog medicine people is to give support and energy where it is needed. A frog medicine person can clean negativity from an environment. Many mediums or clairvoyants who work with cleaning haunted houses carry frog medicine. Many of the world's seers use water on their hands when tapping into the realms of reality due to water's superconductive nature. Now, it was upside down. Frog slipped in the mud and is lying on its back, unable to right itself. Get ready for more mud in your eye. The contrary position of frog can denote an unwillingness on your part to wipe the mire out of your life. Mud can turn from mire to bog to quicksand if you don't recognize its effect on your present situation. And mud can also dry harder than a brick bat, okay? Is someone draining your energy? Are you allowing yourself to ride down the tubes with them? Have you tried to settle someone else's quarrel and gotten in the line of fire? Stop. Recognize what it is that is mucking up your lily pond. Swim with frog. Frog's bug eyes see it all. Dive deeply and then hop to the next lily pad to catch the sun. In this way, you may see exactly what has been draining your energy. At times, all of life's activities can be overwhelming, and everyone occasionally needs a break. Contrary frog can signal one of those moments, but can also portend a time of feeling waterlogged. And feeling waterlogged, you may be dealing with too many emotions or feelings. This is to say the world is too much with you, or that you have immersed yourself in one idea or activity to the exclusions of all other facets in your life. If this is the case, a break from routine is suggested. Hop to other lily pads or visit other ponds for a while. Negativity is drawn to you when you refuse to give yourself the time and space needed to assume a new viewpoint. Now, this is good for all y'all, okay? All of us. Negativity is drawn to you when you refuse to give yourself the time and space needed to assume a new viewpoint. If you just keep plugging in this and that, but there's a little bit more to this, Roman, but um, if no, I'll be okay. I can get through this. No, there are times when creator and etc. is telling you, you need to sit still for a minute. You need to take a break. You need to take a deep breath. So, but negativity is drawn to you when you refuse to give yourself the time and space needed to assume a new viewpoint. You just counting to 10 and closing your eyes and breathing will give you a different viewpoint. Frog in the contrary position is an omen that you are courting disaster if you don't stop and smell the lilies, eat a few flies, bask in the sun, and ribbit till the rain comes home to refill your spirit. So that one's for you, Roman, right? Um, is Mary next? And then you, Barry? It's 3:31. You got yours, right, Michelle? Hummingbird? It was a very positive. Barry's next. But I think Mary's out there, right? That was the elderberry and Mary elderberry. Yeah, okie dokie. All right, Barry, this one's for you. And drum roll, please. Has um has this been enlightening, entertaining? Does it make any sense to any of y'all tonight? Um, I'm kind of keeping score in that percentage wise. Did the cards mean something to you? Yes, in, or no? They've been interesting for sure. Let me tell you that. Um, all right, so okay, Barry, this is for you. Thank you all. Because I started out with the drum and sage, and it felt good tonight. It was like, yeah, let's go ahead and try this. I don't know what's the deal with all these upside down cards tonight. Um, they haven't been negative. In many ways, they've been positive, but they've been upside down. So one of the critters I was talking about earlier, when I did a ceremony on my river in the back, was otter. and that otter is one of my totems. Beaver being one, otter being one, hawk in the daytime, and owl at night. So, and but anyway, so um, dear Barry, it's 333. Yeah, I just missed it. It's three. It's a now it's a four. Let me have a hit off of this. Mary, I'll get to you in a minute. I'm going to make this statement, and I don't mean for folks to go like, "Oh my God," and blah 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 and overreact. No, but this last week or so, I've been not necessarily questioning, but in a way questioning whether or not any of what I do is useful in any way. And my spirits were kicking me in butt, going, "Yeah." But there are times when it's just like, otter is one of your totems. Well, it's here, Bubba, and I'm gonna get to you in just a second. But I, I had this little short period of inadequacy. Like, man, I have these conversations, and I don't know if anybody's getting the message at all on their level. They don't have to agree with me or whatever, but is it stimulating their brains? Am I pissing people off? I mean, I was just, was having for a couple of days. I was having that moment, that, and not that I'm trying to keep score or anything. It wasn't that, but in the overall grand scheme of things, um, my simple question was, am I being helpful, honestly, or is this just a joke on my part? You know, not to y'all. Thank you, Steve. And I'm not searching for. I told you before I started this, I'm not looking for accolades or anything, but for my own self, I was like, I don't know if I'm really good at this. And I was just having those moments. But then I did the video yesterday. I'm here tonight. So uh, that's your answer in that. And I continue to ask for guidance and support from the great beyond and etc. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you all. Like I said, I did not mention this to get praise, but I just wanted to explain that I go through this, you know, and my own curiosity. Am I just doing this for my own sake, for my own, guilty pleasure or something? Well, part of that is true. Yeah, I love getting on and yakking with y'all, and that's just part of my being. But um, am I? Is that that's supposed to be to help other people, not to necessarily be helpful to me? Uh, but anyway, otter. Here we go, Barry. It's woman medicine. And something just crawling across my foot on the floor medicine. What the hell? And hang on, I'll be right back. I have to deal with a situation. When critters crawl across the floor and crawl across your feet and they get in my personal space, I take issue with that. I will chase them down and clobber them, which I just did. But anyway, um, they all know the drill in the house. You don't get across my personal space. It's my house, you know. You come in my house and break my rules, then you get squashed if you in that rank. So, Barry, here you go. Thank you all. Smoke on the water, fire in the sky, smoke on the water. Bum, 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 bum. Deep Purple, right? Thank you, Jules. And that's why I try to cover things sometimes ad nauseum, to try to make sure that anybody or everybody, whatever, that's trying to understand what I'm trying to get across. Uh, oh, Otter, so playful, coquettes by the stream, medicine of woman, the realized dream. Okay, Barry, put on your best skirt. I could joke with you about this. All right, honey, this one's for you, Barry. Otter is woman medicine. The medicine held by Otter is a set of lessons in female energy. All right, don't get your tutu in a tangle. Let's tango with our tutus. I can joke with you, Barry. Don't try to get out of this. This woman medicine is for you, Barry. Oh, I'm sorry. Uh, you know, joy and coffee. I need some woman medicine. Let's not go into that. The medicine held by Otter is a set of lessons in female energy. This applies to both men, and women, as all of us have female sides. The otter's hide, or side, no, it's hide, is very often used to make medicine bags for powerful women because it represents balanced female energy. Otter is very caring of its young and will play for hours, performing all types of acrobatics. It lives on land, but always has its home near water. And we've got otters that live on the river in my backyard, so I've never seen them much on land, don't know where they live, but they're here. The elements of earth and water are the female elements. At home in both of these elements, Otter is the personification of femininity. Long, sleek, and graceful, Otter is the true coquette of the animal family, of the animal world. Otter is always on the move and is very curious. Unlike other animals, Otter will not start a fight unless it's attacked. This joyful little creature is adventuresome and assumes that all other creatures are friendly until proven otherwise. These character traits are the beauty of a balanced female side, the side of ourselves that creates a space for others to enter our lives without any preconceptions or suspicions. Now, that's an important sentence right there, not just for you, Barry, but in general. These character traits, I'm repeating it, of a balanced female side, the side of ourselves that creates a space for others to enter our lives. So if we're too close minded, too close hearted, but we um, create a space for others to enter our lives without any preconceptions or suspicions. In other words, you just accept them. Now, they will prove to you whether or not they're worth of crap, but you leave a portion to where, um, anyway, without any preconceptions. I lost my place. Otter teaches us that balanced female energy is not jealousy, it's not jealous or catty. It is sisterhood, content to enjoy and share the good fortune of others. Content to enjoy and share the good fortunes of others. anchored in the understanding that all accomplishments are worthwhile for the whole tribe. Otter people express joy for others. Long ago in Travel Off, a woman were widowed. Her sister would offer her own husband to the widow as a lover to keep her from drying up and not losing her creative urges. This is otter medicine too. Envy or the fear of being replaced has no space in otter's balanced understanding of sharing goodness. Woman energy without games or control is a beautiful experience. If you have drawn this symbol, Otter may be telling you to become the playful child and to simply allow things to unfold in your life. It may be time to stop your addiction to worrying. Otter also teaches the importance of not hanging on to material things that would bind you or become a burden. In looking at how you can learn from Otter's habits, you might look at the joyousness of the receptive side of your nature. Have you given yourself a gift recently? Have you received any messages in your meditations? Become Otter and move gently into the river of life. Flow with the waters of the universe. This is the way of balanced female receptive energy. Honor it. In doing so, you will discover the power of woman. Now, it is upside down. If the otter card appears reversed, you may be running from one idea to another without focus. This could also imply that you have forgotten how to receive and are blocking a gift from the universe with your male side. If this is the case, you may be embarrassed to receive compliments, to have someone hug you, or to allow your genuine personality to come out. Fear of being rejected is the contrary message of Otter. Drop the seriousness on all levels and play at life so that fear rolls off your back. Realize that the only flow is the flow of love from the Great Spirit to you. That's a really cool statement. Realize that the only flow is the flow of love from the Great Spirit to you, from you to others, and from others back to you. That's that's really sweet right there. Now, the next, excuse me, next card, and this crow card has dropped out and keeps popping up through the whole evening tonight. And you end up with it, Barry. So it's number 24. I almost went right to the page. Upside down crow. Now there's a lot of crow in this, and I'm gonna kind of skip down. Um, I might not read it all, but I will get to it. Okay. Crow is number 24, and it's law. Crow, are you calling so I may know the secrets of balance within my soul? Or are you sending your sacred caw just to remind me of universal laws? Now, right off as I'm looking at this, what was otter? Balance, female balance, male, female, whatever, but balance. And here's the secrets of balance within my soul. And here's Crow, the second card. So right off, I say, looks like it's you couldn't dive up. Wow, that must have been interesting. Hey, Mary, I'm going to get to you next. I'm almost done with this one. Um, There is a medicine story that tells of Crow's fascination with its own shadow. She kept looking at it, scratching at it, pecking at it, until her shadow woke up and became alive. Then Crow's shadow ate her. Crow is Dead Crow now. Dead Crow is the left handed guardian. If you look deeply into Crow's eye, you will have found the gateway to the supernatural. Crow knows the unknowable mysteries of creation and is the keeper of all sacred law. Since Crow is the keeper of sacred law, Crow can bend the law of the physical universe and shapeshift. This ability is rare and unique, and few adepts exist today, and fewer still have mastered Crow's art of shapeshifting. This art includes doubling or being in two places at one time consciously, taking on another physical form and becoming the fly on the wall to observe what is happening far away. Europeans that came to Turtle Island were named the Boat People by Slow Turtle. Even with the knowledge of the alchemy possessed by certain boat people, none had ever seen the powerful shape shifting of shamans who utilized crow medicine. Many boat people were frightened by what appeared to be animals coming into their camps or dwellings to discern their medicine. Now, what this means for people to discern their medicine, so they would come in the shapes of other animals to listen to see what was going on. To discern their medicine would be like to understand them, to see where they were coming from, to discern their medicine. Okay, Crow medicine people are masters of illusion. All sacred texts are under the protection of Crow. That's important. Creators uh, Creator's Book of Laws, or the Book of Seals, is bound in crow feathers. Crow feathers tell of spirit made flesh. Crow is also the protector of the Ogala, or the ancient records, the sacred law belts, or wampum belts, beaded by native women long before the boat people or Europeans came to the continent, contain knowledge of the Great Spirit's laws and are kept in the black lodges or the lodges of women. Now, again, here's Otter talking about the feminine, and now here is talking about that these things were held in the lodges of women. So there's a definite connection between the cards in that respect. Children are taught to behave according to the rules of a particular culture. Most Orthodox religion systems create a mandate concerning acceptable behavior within the context of worldly affairs. Do this and so, and you will go to heaven. Do thus and so, and you're going to go to hell. Different formulas for salvation are demanded by each true faith. Now, there's others about this, but this is contraries. So I'm going to swap over. Wait, human law is not the same as sacred law. More so than any other medicine, Crow sees that the physical world and even the spiritual world, as humanity interprets them, are an illusion. Humanity interprets this as an illusion. There are billions of worlds. There are an infinitude of creatures. And Great Spirit is within all things. If an individual obeys Crow's perfect laws as given by the Creator, then at death, he or she dies a good medicine death, which means going on to the next incarnation with a clear memory of his or her past. So if you were reincarnated, you know, that you could remember this time through, how much, how cool would that be? Wherever that time may be, if it was 200 years in the future or 20 years in the future, but he was able to. So for me, what am I expecting out of my shaman thing is then at death, I can die a good medicine death. What is my goal in all of this? Is so that I can do it good enough this time. I'll remember this go round the next time I come back. That's one of my main goals right there. But anyway, so Crow is an omen of change. Um, Crow lives in the void, which is interesting. I'm null and void. But Crow lives in the void and has no sense of time. The ancient chiefs tell us that Crow sees simultaneously the three fates: past, present, and the future. Crow merges light and darkness, seeing both inner and outer reality. If Crow Medicine appears in your card spread, you must pause and reflect on how you see the laws of the Great Spirit in relation to the laws of humanity. Crow Medicine signifies a first hand knowledge of a higher order of right and wrong than that indicated by the laws created in human cultures. With Crow Medicine, you speak in a powerful voice when addressing issues that for you seem out of harmony or out of balance, out of whack, or simply just unjust. So, in the contrary, so are you an outlaw today? This is one of the varied messages of Crow reversed. The rebel in you has given a yell, and all hell is about to break loose. A word to the wise at this point: make sure that if you are stepping on toes, you got some backup. The catalyst for a barroom brawl is usually the person with two black eyes. That's what it means to eat crow. If you do not plan to go to such extremes, Crow Reverse may indicate that you are merely cheating a little on your diet, or covertly watching the neighbors have us fat, or thinking promises are made to be broken. In any of these situations, the only loser is you. If you're lying to yourself on any level, you have lost the power of Crow. Think about it, and maybe your inner truth will come to you. In seeing what is true, you may need to weed out your past beliefs or ideas to bring yourself into the present moment. Contrary Crow speaks of needing to remember that divine law is not judgment or denial or self truth. Divine law is honoring harmony that comes from a peaceful mind, an open heart, a true tongue, a light step, a forgiving nature, and a love of all living creatures. Honor the past as your teacher, honor the present as your creation, and honor the future as your inspiration. Now, that's just some cool right there. Refusing to honor the shifts in your reality can cause emotional pain. An implosion of energy is apparent when rebellion surfaces. Contrary Crow speaks of broken law. The law of expansion is broken by suppression. This may apply to a situation, an old habit, a person you've given your authority to, or your own fears. Now, they want me to read this again. Refusing to honor the shifts in your reality can cause emotional pain. Now, there are times when our reality changes and we just forget to honor it because our reality is changing. So, what we have to do first is realize that our reality is changing. And, 3 hours ago, I was talking about how things seem to be out of phase a little bit, out of focus or something. So in my realizing it, that's the first thing, and the next thing is to honor it, But first you got to realize it. So refusing to honor the shifts in your reality, it may not be that you're refusing to, or that you don't realize that you need to, and that but it's that situations still exist. An implosion of energy is apparent when rebellion surfaces. Contrary Crow speaks of broken law. The law of expansion is broken by suppression. So if you hold something down, it just can't grow, right? Hey, Travis. This may apply to a situation, an old habit, a person you have given your authority to, or your own fears. It's always your own creation. So call on Crow and shift that creation to your new reality. Now, I don't know how that fits there with you, Barry, but I know that there are um, different levels of fears. There are different levels of stuff, but Crow is saying, hey, um, I can help you out here. And the basic laws of nature, honor that reality. Yeah. And here's the thing, today's reality ain't going to be tomorrow's reality because things are changing that quickly, so we honor this, but and as things are evolving and changing within us and the planet and in general, we're shifting and adapting. So we have to just remember that we have I think, Barry, because I'm kind of dealing with this myself. Of course I honor the universe. To me, that's like a given. So, but I haven't really said it out loud, but it's kind of supposedly included in my daily prayers. I give honor to the universe and to God, and but so in my general prayer, it's like, here's my standard prayer, and but I mean it. But it may be that for me, uh, maybe for you, but to the point in that maybe we need to like consciously stop and go, you know, this new feeling, this whatever it is, and I'm not quite sure what it is, but I'm going to honor this new energy or this new opportunity or this new frequency I need to learn how to deal with. I honor the universe in this. I'm speaking for myself, but honor this new whatever it is, and but I'm requesting help to understand it too. That's me speaking about this. So, but anyway, um I think the word honor has come up a lot. And when people understand about honoring the universe, and, I've talked about this before when it was in Trade, Tennessee, when we had that Aztec medicine man do the morning ceremony, the sunrise ceremony. And there were people there was like, oh, so how long have, they worship the sun? And he was very indignant. He was like, we don't worship the sun or the moon. We give honor to it. Well, what's the difference? A lot. We don't worship anything. We give honor to creation, and we honor the sun coming up because we're grateful that it came up again and that it will, give life to the earth and to grow things. And, it's about honor. And, the lady was a little indignant walking with, I think she was walking with another lady, but um, they were like talking between themselves. And I thought to myself, I was like, I so get this, and one of the reasons why I'm so not wanting to go to, Christian churches, because everybody wants me to worship something. And I'm not into worshiping. And neither are these native peoples, because they honor the universe, they honor the sun, they honor the moon, they honor creation. And we've lost a lot of honor in our lives. So, um, Mary, are you still out there? Hey, Travis, I think I said hi. Because at the moment I'm pretty stable, and it's a little after 4. It's 4:03 a.m. on 5/4/2022. I'm Hawkeye Two Feathers doing the top of the hour, and hoping that everybody's doing well. I've been at this for 3 hours and 16 minutes, and so far so good. So, um, but in these many realities, these cards were put out in like 1980s. Okay. Hey, Miss Sheila, how you doing? I'm thinking about you the other day and wondering if y'all had still been out there, um, you know, hunting turkeys. One of the cards today was turkey upside down, by the way. But hey, Miss Sheila. Um, but so with these animal cards and things and stuff that gets pulled, I realize that there are people, by being that quiet person in the background that, kind of shadow trolling just to see what people are chatting about and what their opinions are and stuff. And there are a lot of obstinate people out there that, like, this is how it's, Jesus is coming and that's it. There is no other thing. He's going to come in on a cloud. There is going to be trumpets and, and that's it. Well, what about no? No, Jesus is coming on a cloud. But what? No, Jesus is coming on a cloud, and he's coming soon, y'all. Okay. No, I'm telling you, Jesus is coming on. All right, calm down. No, if Revelations is here, and calm down. Calm. Shoo-wee. Mary, did you still want cards before I light the cigarette? I'm open, I'm awake and I'm going to stay here until the real 420. So, and it's like I have listened um, to some of these preachers over the many years, right? And some of them have got a really good message, kind of sort of on a daily basis. Like if you need uplifting, here's something here in the scripture that can help uplift you. And if you have nowhere else to go, and if you can find solace with Jesus, then oh, and I've been in and out of the Christian world, I guess you could say. I know she's here, but does she still want a card? That's what I was asking. I'm ready before I light the cigarette. Okay, I'll do them right now then. This one's for you, Mary. Close your eyes for that 30 seconds and put a thought out there. Boy, they went right down into the. Where is that finger at? It's on that one. Boy, it went right into the deck. Like, whoa, that was weird. I mean, right down into the deck. First card out is Rabbit. But I say, well, I got to do another scan. So my fingers went. That was so weird of a feeling, Miss Mary. My fingers just plunged. I mean, plunged into this deck. It went right to that card. that was an honest to God weird feeling right there. Plunged into the deck. You hear me? Plunged with a P. And there does seem to be a second card. Um, and they're both upside down. But okay, so one is Rabbit, and I know about Rabbit. A Rabbit, to give you a prequel, Rabbit calls fear upon it, to it. And, as part of the story. Now, here's one that I haven't seen in a while, and it's the grouse. It's upside down. And I'm glad to see it because it don't show up hardly at all. This is a like a, I don't know, shifty little devil. And there's 44 cards, but the rabbit doesn't show up all the time. Um, but skunk has, badger has. Badger tried to come out 3 times tonight. Um, and whale has showed up twice. One real heavy, and the next one a reminder. Um, Dragonfly has showed up. Crow has showed up. Moose, elk, even eagle has showed up. Grouse, just a couple. Okay. So, and rabbit, not very often. So, all right, here we go with, I'm going to light my cigarettes and read this. I'm going to try to do 2 things at once. So, thank you all for hanging out. I hope this is informative. I'm glad. I thank you. Give honor to my spirits. And, I lit sage and everything early on and did some drum and asked for a good connection and um, good readings. And you guys are you know, you guys are the judge. You're an undercover frog. I love that now. Ribbit, ribbit. You're from the, I was trying to think, frog into the F as in frog, FBI. Anyway, never mind. Let me read this. So, Miss Mary, this is for you. Scared little rabbit, please drop your fright. Running doesn't stop the pain nor turn the dark to light. Rabbit is number 30, and it's fear. A long time ago, no one really knows how long ago it was, but Rabbit was a brave and fearless warrior. Rabbit was befriended by Eyewalker, a witch. The witch and Rabbit spent a lot of time together, sharing and talking. The two were very close, and one day Eyewalker and Rabbit were walking along and they sat down on the trail to rest. Rabbit said, I'm thirsty. And Eyewalker picked up a leaf, blew on it, and then handed Rabbit a gourd of water. Rabbit drank the water but didn't say anything. Then Rabbit said, I'm hungry. Eyewalker picked up a stone and blew on it and changed it into a turnip. She gave the turnip to Rabbit to eat. Rabbit tasted it and then ate the turnip with relish. But still, Rabbit didn't say anything. The two continued along the trail, which led into the mountains. Near the top, Rabbit tripped and fell and rolled almost all the way back to the bottom. Rabbit was in such very sad condition when Eyewalker got to him. She used a magic salve on Rabbit to heal his great pain and mend his broken bones. Rabbit didn't say anything. Several days later, Eyewalker went searching for her friend. She looked high and low, but Rabbit was nowhere to be found. Finally, Eyewalker gave up. But one day she met Rabbit quite by accident. Rabbit, why are you hiding and avoiding me? She said. Because I'm afraid of you. I am afraid of magic, answered Rabbit, cowering. Leave me alone, he said. I see, said Eyewalker. I've used my magical powers on your behalf, and now you turn on me and refuse my friendship. I want nothing more to do with you or your powers, Rabbit countered. Rabbit did not even see the tears his words were bringing to Eyewalker's eyes. I hope we never meet again, and that I never see you again, Rabbit continued. Rabbit, Eyewalker said, we once were great friends. and companions, but no more. It is within my power to destroy you. Because of the past and the medicines we have shared together, I will not do this. But from this day forward, I lay a curse on you and your tribe. From now on, you will call your fears, and your fears will come to you. Be on your way, for the sweet medicine that bound us together as friends are now broken. Now, Rabbit is the fear caller. He goes out and shouts, Eagle, I am so afraid of you. If Eagle doesn't hear him, Rabbit shout louder, Eagle, stay away from me. Eagle, now hearing Rabbit, comes and eats Rabbit. Rabbit calls bobcats, wolves, coyotes, and even snakes until they come. As this story goes, rabbit medicine people are so afraid of tragedy, illness, disaster, and being taken that they call those very fears to them to teach them lessons. The keynote here is what you resist will persist. What you fear most is what you will become. Here is the lesson. If you pulled rabbit, stop talking about horrible things happening, and get rid of what if in your vocabulary. This card may signal a time of worry about the future or of trying to exercise your control over that which is not yet in form. The future. Stop it now. Write your fears down and be willing to feel them. Breathe into them and feel them running through your body into Mother Earth as a giveaway. Now, this card's upside down. So this is contrary rabbit. The paralyzed feeling which rabbit experiences when stalked is rabbit in the contrary position. If you have tried to resolve a situation in your life and are unable to, you may be feeling frozen in motion. This could indicate a time to wait for the forces of the universe to start moving again. Now, that's a heavy discussion. This could indicate a time for the forces of the universe to start moving again. It could also indicate the need to stop and take a rest. It will always indicate a time when you need to reevaluate the process you are undergoing and to rid yourself of any negative feelings, barriers, or any duress. Simply put, you cannot have your influence felt until you rearrange your way of seeing the present set of circumstances. There is always a way out of any situation because the universal force does move on. It is the way in which you handle the problem that allows you to succeed. So take a hint from Rabbit, burrow into a safe space to nurture yourself and release your fears until it's time again to move into the pasture. Clear prowlers who want a piece of your juicy energy. So that's for you, Miss Mary. Oh, that's one. Now, grouse number 34. And yeah, I think I'll do a card for you, Sheila, if you'll hang out with me for a little bit more. Grouse is number 34. Wait, it's this way. Grouse, sacred spiral. Grouse of the sacred spiral, leading us on to reach the everlasting heights where we can live as one. Grouse once flocked in abundance throughout North America. That is so true. But now, even on the plains where these birds were so plentiful, there is an absence of them. Many plains Indians tribes dance the grouse dance. And I've seen the grouse dance. It's really interesting. Yep, rabbit was you. And this is you too, grouse. It's the sacred spiral. Many plains Indian tribes dance the grouse dance to honor these birds. The movement of the dance follows a spiral, which is the ancient symbol of birth and rebirth. Now, tonight in all the cards, birth and rebirth have come up quite a few times. Just saying, as a general rule for a discussion of cards tonight, it's in there. The sacred spiral is, I'm sorry. The movement of the dance follows a spiral, which is the ancient symbol of birth and rebirth, the rib tunnel of eternal return. The sacred spiral is also one of the oldest known symbols for personal power. When you think of grouse medicine, visualize a whirlpool or even a tornado, for the sacred spiral will take you to the center. The spiral is a metaphor for personal vision and enlightenment. Many initiates on Vision Quest paint spirals on their bodies and believe that the great mystery will favor them with visions of power and purpose because of this symbol. Yeah, I got one loaded up here. It's 420. It's 420 in South Georgia. The whirling dervishes of certain Sufi tribes are masters of the spiral dance. Now, I have done the spiral dance and have kind of sort of tried the whirling dervish thing. And let me tell you, that is just, there's something about it. Um, the spiral dance and can transcend to higher states of awareness through the repetition of the sacred movement. It is said that dervishes can travel to the center of the spiral and return with any magical power they choose. In the dervish state, one enters the great silence and has direct communication with the creator. Now, I can't vouch for that, but by spinning clockwise or counterclockwise, the dervish draws or repulses specific energies. Sufi dancing is a system which connects one with the divine source through ritual treatment of motion. Now, that part's important. If you have grouse medicine in your cards, undertake a meditation on the various qualities of movement within your world. Begin by visualizing the sun as one member of a huge group of stars swirling in the massive pinwheel shape of the Milky Way. Then draw yourself out of this pinwheel of light and into the spiraling of your own DNA's double helix. Now, grouse is upside down in this circumstance too. So I'm going to jump more to the contrary. Um, this is still grouse. Analyze the way you move through your world. How do you picture yourself in the act of locomotion? Now, this is an interesting episode. No, instruction. This is a good thing. What kind of reaction do you create with the energy that you send into the universe? Now, I talked about this like 30 minutes ago, and I said, that a couple of days ago, it wasn't necessarily that I was feeling inadequate, but that's the best way to describe it. But it's how am I locomoting through this new energy fields and this new whatever's going on and all of the the X flares that are hitting the earth and stuff. So how we move through the universe now, it's changing, and we're just going to have to bob around, on these waves until things settle down. Now, the contrary, drawing the grouse medicine card in the reverse position signals a dissipation of energy and the lack of control and discipline. It is it is symbolic of a lost connection to the source and signifies a lack of clear intent behind an outpouring of energy. You may feel like you're in a tailspin or going down the drain. Confront confusion either in yourself or in others who may be in the picture. Examine the way your energy may be causing friction, sparks, or a convolution of a situation that needs clarification. Work towards harnessing your energy and directing it towards clearly defined goals, such as the nature of the sacred grouse dance. And using the sacred dance as a tool to right contrary grouse, you may also find that it is a tool to center or to ground you. In grounding, you are once again connecting to Mother Earth and balancing out the spinning in your head. If you have become so involved with an idea or a problem that you are no longer seeing it clearly, you may feel dizzy or lacking in concentration. This is a sign that you have entered the thought universe and are not connected to physical reality. You need grounding if this occurs. Dancing or walking will put you back in touch with earth and your body. Grouse may then teach you how to notice the energy flows that put you in harmony and balance with the body, mind, and spirit. So there you go, Miss Mary. That was the second part, the two cards. Now, Miss Sheila, you want me to pull cards, and that's going to be the last one. Miss Sheila, you still in the neighborhood? It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day. Yep, I want to do the same thing. Oh, you were dancing in the grass today? Well, that's just cool. And then to pick grouse, which is that kind of bird kind of thing, that's interesting. See, those kind of correlations, when I'm pulling the cards, I ain't got a clue, I'm trusting the spirits to guide my fingers to the right cards. And when they relate, that's a relief to me in that wow, I've actually pulled one that made sense, to somebody. It's an interesting feeling to pull these cards because, like my fingers dove into the deck to find the rabbit card. That was interesting in and of itself. All right, give me a second, Miss Sheila. So, Miss Sheila, I always ask everybody, I don't know if I pulled a card for you before, but I know you're just next door, but in my brain, I ask everybody to close their eyes for 30 seconds and like hold their hand up, so my spirit guides can find you in the audience, kind of thing. So, and if there's something you want to question about or an answer to or something, then you think about that as in that 30 seconds. So, um, yeah, they want me to split the decks and the rabbit is one of your spirit animals. Man, talk about hitting the nail on the head, right? I mean, thank you guys. Really, at the end of one of these sessions, I do feel drained. And other people who do cards, if they don't feel drained, then but and it's not an issue. But after doing cards, my question is always, did it do any good? Did it make any sense to anybody? And I'm not looking for accolades. I'm not looking for brownie points. I'm just, my curiosity as a human being is this helping, or however it works out, right? So anyway, it's good that you can you know, that's a positive, you know, that's a check in the positive corner. So that's good. That's what makes me want to do it again. You know what I mean? It gives me the courage to say, yeah, okie doke. All right, Miss Sheila, this one's for you. Okay. A bunch of upside down cards, let me tell you. Yeah, this will be the last card. Are there two cards there? Hmm, that's interesting. I don't know, Mary, right now. Honest to goodness, I'm like yawning and kind of leaning way down in my, I'm slumping in the chair. So give me a minute to see. Um, Weasel. Now, to me, it's a ferret, okay, but weasel. And it's number 33, and it's upside down, which, you know, a lot of the cards tonight have been upside down. But it's not necessarily negative, being negative, but they have been a whole lot more upside down than not. So, number 33 is the number in the book. And Rabbit peeked its head out too. So, sometimes and it was upside down. So, and I just read Rabbit, but meaning that we have to check ourselves and make sure we're not calling a fear to us for whatever that fear may be. So, weasel is stealth. Weasel, weasel, weasel. Who's in the hen house now? If I were to ask you, you'd say it was the cow. Weasel has an incredible amount of energy and ingenuity, yet it is a difficult power totem to have. It's not without significance that ermine or weasel pelt is worn by royalty. Weasel ears hears what is really being said. This is a great ability. Weasel eyes see beneath that surface of a situation to know the many ramifications of an event. This too is a rare gift. The chief sent Weasel into the enemy camp to smoke them for power. What are the medicines of the enemy? The chief asked Weasel upon its return. Weasel never failed to give an accurate account of the enemy's numbers, strengths, and weaknesses. It was Weasel who tearfully told the original people of the coming of the white boat people. These brothers have strange new medicines, said Weasel. They will tell us that to live the way we do is wrong. They will confuse us with their talking bark, paper. They have stolen thunder from the Sky Father and placed it in their weapons. They have no respect for the animal brothers and sisters, and they make their thunder speak to the animals and kill them. They will make the thunder speak to us also. Their numbers are too many to count, and those white brothers will steal everything from us but our spirits. The great dark shadow of the ravenous bird of death has fallen over the people. Now, weasel fur changes color with the season. Silent weasel has many lessons to teach you. Weasel could confound great spirit, pick great spirit's pockets, and then leave great spirits contemplating the divine navel. If this is your personal medicine, your powers of observation are keen. You seem to be saying, leave me alone and I will do the same for you. You might even look a bit guilty at times due to what you know from observing You may be a loner hiding yourself away from others or perhaps even a recluse. You are a powerful ally to have in any business organization since you can see what the competition is doing. People may make a great mistake in sizing you up since they do not immediately know your powers. Now, Miss Sheila, I know by reading this that, there's a lot of truth in this one. But the first time they try to outsmart you, they will soon learn that your intelligence is greater than their own. Look to weasel power to tell you the hidden reasons behind anything. Some people are put off by weasel medicine, talent, and abilities, but there are no bad medicines. We all have power, or we would not be here to heal Mother Earth. Perhaps if you have weasel power, you could use your secret gifts for the good of all. Otherwise, observe who or what needs attention or a solution and offer your assistance in your own quiet and discreet way. Now, it is upside down. In contrary weasel in your cards? If so, look out for intrigue. Someone may be using covert tactics to weasel into your henhouse. Perhaps you should lock your doors and dress your teenage girl like a nun. Or perhaps you may be lying to yourself about something you know to be true. This can be a lie on any level. For instance, storming the refrigerator at 3 a.m. and telling yourself no one will miss the half eaten portion of pie. Or if you scratch someone else's automobile in a parking lot, leave a note. Don't slink away just because you can. Honesty to self and to others is of the utmost importance. Another message of reversed weasel is to acknowledge why you have been doubting your feelings, whatever those feelings are. Weasel upright observes all actions, feelings, and situations with keen senses. In the contrary, those abilities of observation are dulled until confusion sets in. When you don't know how you feel or what is occurring around you, doubt becomes the barrier to your progress. And this is for everybody now. If you doubt something that you don't know, and you can die from that if you ain't careful, then you may find a bit of paranoia seeping into your life. If you want to right the situation, start by shaking the dullness out of your head and observing the obvious. No one can fool you if you watch your step. Honor your knowing. Seek the hidden reasons and use discretion in the process. So that's weasel. Now, the next one is hummingbird, which I read, Miss Sheila, for Michelle. And I'm going to read portions of it again. And it's in the upright position. So hummingbird is joy. I can go right to that. Hummingbird, joyful little sister, nectar you crave, all the sweetness of the flowers is the love that you gave. Hummingbird is associated with the ghost shirt religion, which taught that a certain dance done properly would bring about the return of the animals and that white people would disappear. Now, this is curious because Weasel was the one that had to go tell the people that the white folks were coming. I mean, that's interesting right there. Once again, the original people would know the joy of the old ways. In Mayan teachings, hummingbird is connected to the black sun and the fifth world. Hummingbird can give us the medicine to solve the riddle of the contradiction of duality. The song of hummingbird awakens the medicine flowers. Hummers sing a vibration of pure joy. Flowers love hummingbirds because nectar sucking brings about the reproduction of their families. Plants and flowers live because of hummingbird. Hummingbird can fly in any direction. Great Spirit created hummingbird to be slightly different from other feathered creatures. Because of their magical qualities, hummingbird feathers have been used for millennium in the making of love charms. If Hummingbird is your personal medicine, you love life and its joys. Your presence brings joy to others, and you join them together in relationships which bring out the best in them. If Hummingbird has flown into your cards today, get ready to laugh musically and enjoy Creator's many gifts. Drop your judgmental attitude and relax. Hummingbird will no doubt give you a flash of spirit, darting here and there and everywhere. Hummingbird hears celestial music and is in harmony with it. Hummingbird may invite you to a museum or to a concert. Never be coarse in front of a hummingbird, for this is a fragile medicine. Beauty is the target, and Hummingbird's mission is to spread joy or be destroyed. So I read that also for Miss Michelle and Miss Sheila, my dear neighbor next door. Um, Mary, I don't think I have enough energy to do another card reading, my dear. Honestly, I'm like really sinking into this chair. I'm almost 4 hours at doing this, and I did 2 hours with Robert before I started this one, so I've been at this for 6 hours total. So please tell your friend I went farther than I thought I'd get tonight. So maybe next time, okay, Mr. Greg. Yeah, I really I'm just like sinking into the chair. And my guys upstairs need to go to the toilet. They need to go smoke one themselves, you know. They're like, hey, Hawkeye, we thought this was going to be, like 2 hours, and it's 4 hours now. And hey, they want a break. I don't blame them. Oh, you're welcome, Miss Sheila. Hope everything's going well over on on the other side of our non-fence. Non-fence. That's almost like nonsense, ain't it? But anyway, yeah, I'm going to smoke a cigarette, and I kind of sort of missed the real 420 because I was doing readings, but so I'm gonna catch up and have a 420 right now, and it'll be 4 hours when I get out of here. And you're welcome, everybody. I don't. I honestly, I do this as part of my service and part of my lesson in staying connected with my spirit guides. So you're thank you, Katniss. So if the cards meant something to you, then we did good. Me, them, us, we did good. They connected with you in the right way. The cards came out the way they should have. We did good. And tomorrow when I wake up, I will there will be a few moments of where I will cry. I mean, tears will drain down my eyes. Something to think about sitting there. Yeah, you still after the turkey, eh? And we pulled the turkey card tonight too, but not for you. But anyway, um, because there is when I did theater, if we did a good show, the next morning I'd just wake up and be just so grateful that tears would run down, and not in a sadness, but in a gladness that the effort that you put into what you were doing was appreciated by the audience. And it has happened to me for years and years and years. And so one of the things for me that doing this the next day, wake up and have a very similar feeling of like, wow, that went okay, and wow, I'm so glad because and it's an odd thing, but so in the morning I'll wake up and have this feeling. It's sort of like a release of tension because in going into this, I was really tense and, am I going to do this? Can I get this right? Yeah, how's my connection going? The energy vibrations have been weird lately. Can I hate to say it this way, but can I pull this off? Like, and are the cards I pull going to make really, count for something, or am I just going to be pulling cards and people are going to go, well, I don't know about that, Dave. That don't really fit for me. you know. But when somebody says, wait, rabbit is my totem, well, that's a nail on the head. Out of 44 choices, I pick rabbit. So, that's different. And so I don't want to be someone who just arbitrarily is picking cards. And somebody on the other end, like I've had folks do card readings for me, and they're like, this is you, and this is how, and it's like, they're so and far off the mark. I'm like, I would nod up and down to like make them feel good, but and be shaking my head, going, "Well, no, not really." And if I stretch a situation, I might be able to fit it into those, but no, not really. You know, I've read cards tonight for some of y'all that had messages for me personally. Again, it's sort of a not necessarily a kick in the ass, but it's like, hi there, I'm watching. Like, I pulled two cards, and this other card that I flipped up was Porcupine. The Porcupine is the family crest for the Knolls. And I was like, what? So it was a reassurance from the spirit saying, we see you. We see you there, Porcupine. And, calm down. We got you. It'll be a good day, good night, because we showed you that we're listening. Here's the porcupine. Here's my crest, and the other cards. So, I took that as a good sign from the spirits tonight. And at the end of this 4-hour session, it's like I'm glad things turned out the way they do. I'm very humbled by this always. Then tomorrow, like I say, I'll be thanking and praying and going out, and there'll be some tears. I guarantee you that I'm proud that they have given me the ability to be able to pull cards effectively. So anyway, enough of that. But I'm always asking. I'm humble to begin with, but they're in that they're they have to convince me to do readings. Like, no, Dave, it's okay. Go ahead. I don't know. Nah, come on. So it's my own short sightedness. It's my own self esteem. That was pulled tonight. So that was a reminder like, hey, 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 you're pretty good at this. Don't sell yourself short and don't get into this thing. Well, I don't know. Just relax, man. We got it. But there are good messages in these times because there is so much, fear and loathing. Oh my God. They have been pushing this fear and loathing thing. It's been repetition, even after I did that video yesterday. But how it's appropriate in in more situations than I care to really, I hadn't really thought about it. And it took a week from when they have been bombarding me with this topic to when I did the video yesterday. And it was out of desperation. I was like, man, I just can't, I can't go anymore. They keep pressuring me to do this. I love you guys. I do. But, for my own understanding and seeing where there's so many layers of this fear and so many people pushing different layers of it and so many countries and places and stuff that loathe and hate each other and political parties and races and oh my god, wow, there is a lot of loathing out there. So the first thing we do is we recognize it and we stop it, because if we're promoting it, then we're part of the problem. So we can look at it. We don't have to like it. We don't have to like these people, but yeah, rest well. You too. Thank you, Katniss. You're very welcome. I hope to see you soon too. Rock along, Ribbit. A lot of birds were in the cards tonight, interestingly enough, just as a conversation piece. But so those things that we can do, we can watch our mouth, we can watch our fingers, we can not repeat things. We can pull back from some things. Super Scream. Good morning. How are you? Good to see you. I'm at the end of a 4-hour session right now and just hanging out and having a cigarette and kind of chilling out after the my card readings. But hi there. If I had the strength, I'd do a reading for you, but I'm really can't. And I'm sorry about that. But I had 4 good hours. But welcome anyway. So but the here's the thing. Like last night, I was talking about this time of the morning, and I said, they're going to pull a trick on us. They're going to do something, and lo and behold, today's thank you very much. But they pulled this thing out with the Supreme Court justice stuff, and that's the first time in get this the first time in American history that a subject from the Supreme Court was leaked. Okay. Now it ain't just that they were discussing it behind closed doors, and they were discussing things as judges should do behind closed doors and discussing this shit. Because they can say things and do things, and then they whittle down how it's going to come down to the how they write the judgments, right? So, but this is the first time in United States history that somebody let the cat out of the bag before it's supposed to. Now, which immediately folks are going down there and they're organizing demonstrations, and God knows what's going to come up. So, there are people starving. We've got issues with, just in time deliveries. We've got issues with this and that and turmoil here and there. And what do? They throw this card out there that's going to just more mayhem and confusion and more chaos. I told you last night, I said they're fixing to do something, and actually, they had already done it. It was already leaked, but when I was talking about things last night. So the fact that it was like right on the money is, I had no idea what it was going to be, but man, just in the implications of it being the first time it was ever leaked. And the Republicans didn't do it. And there's this Sotomayor that I think is guilty as. But what? Me? No, no, I wouldn't do anything like that. Yeah, right. If she just looks guilty. I'm sorry. That's my personal opinion. But if she comes up guilty, now you heard it from old Uncle Dave sitting by the fire, smoking a cigarette and having a bowl. That I thought sort of my or just looked guilty about this. Anyway. And God forbid some of these folks, like that new lady that they, can you give a definition of a woman? And she should have stood up. She should have stood up and said, "Yes, I have breast and a vagina. I am a woman." That would have like really clinched it. Or she could have stood up and said, "No, I'm a man. I got dingleberries, but I'm dressed like a woman because I want this job real bad." I mean, it could have went either way. Uh, oh, shame on me. It's early in the morning. I'm a little stoned and a little tired, but let's have another one. The heck with it, right? It's 4 hours and almost 7 minutes. So I was going to stay for 4 hours and 20 minutes and call it quits for this morning. I'm, uh, but anyway, so trying to be a little comedic about it, but seriously though, you got to scratch your head and go, what? Why now? Well, of course, why now? They're doing it before the midterms. Here we are in the 1st of May, which is leaning into summer. They had to have throw this card into the mix, politically speaking. And, if it hadn't leaked, it would have still come out. But the fact that the way this was handled this time around, everybody's already screaming shenanigans, and it ain't been 24 hours, more or less. So this is going to be interesting to see how this plays out, along with all this other nonsense, right? So there are people who are going to be so literally pissed off and screaming, and there's just more hate and more fear again. There's the fear that it will get overturned. There's the fear that it won't get overturned. There's loathing on both sides. I mean, was last night's, discussion appropriate for what they just did? Oh my God. Wow. So they had a reason that they were pushing me on this issue as far as bringing it up as a discussion. So as part of my job, it is to bring these odd things up so that people would at least consider them and think about them. So you ain't got to agree with me, but I would hopefully that you would learn to think about, there's a old Dave's got a an odd opinion about that right there, but I hadn't thought about that. And there's some of this stuff that they plant in my head that I ain't thought about neither. So a lot of times we in the same boat. you know, I'm just starting to get it too. But it is interesting in that for myself, where years ago I was so fanatical about certain things, and my blood pressure would go up, and certain things would trigger me, and I'd be angry and literally throwing things or punching stuff, and just. And of course, I realized that all that was a bunch of nonsense, and my reaction to that. But um, that was my journey. But to see the things that are going on now, it's just absurd. Like here they throw this out, and if people out in the world don't see this as a ploy and a distraction, and if they ain't seen this, or if they ain't seeing this, and why now? There was already a comment in an interview I saw earlier. It might have been the Rubin report. And for those of you, I don't have the energy to put it up there, but Dave Rubin has a really good report. He's, an openly gay man, and he's a nice guy. He reports things, and if you want to hear some of the news and stuff, Dave Rubin on YouTube and other places too. But but anyway, with 420 coming up, it's 4 hours and 10 minutes. Um, we got to go with the flow. Doesn't mean we have to agree with it, but some of the things, if we don't get upset and we don't spread lies or rumors or whatever, and we can maintain a calm and can extend that calmness to other people during this really weird time, that's our jobs. Now you can do it with one person. I know a lot of you don't have, channels or anything like that, but I know Michelle that you do. You help calm folks down. Mr. David, you do as well. I'm sure Katniss, and I don't know you well enough, Super Scream, to be able to make this general statement. But I would hope that anybody that hangs out here understands that, to take some of this to heart and try to pass on calmness to people, because there's all this fear and loathing going on, and how do we change the world? We don't get involved in it, and we try to calm other people down. That's how we help the situation. We bring a little patience to the table. Like, hang on, folks. Don't get your panties in a wad. And if you do, go to the toilet and straighten them out and come back when you feel better. Um, you know, um, and if you're wearing Depends, maybe you should go change them. And I'm thinking about guys, my age, that bladder control and issues. But it ain't funny, but you might as well laugh about it. To inspire, but calm is also nice, especially. Yeah, right. So many things happen. Yeah, it is neat to be alive. There are some folks who are like, oh my God. And I was a depressed son of a gun for a long time. I took medicines and went to mental health for close to on and off for almost 30 years of my life, seeking counseling and things and issues. And some of these voices in my head I should have been listening to instead of trying to explain it out. Well, I'm hearing these voices in my head. That's the wrong thing to say when you go to some of these folks. And but they said, well, most of all, it's important for you to be honest. So I would honestly tell them I was hearing voices, and of course they wrote down that I was nuts. And not being able to have anybody to discuss it with in any way, shape, or form, there were many times where I really thought that I had lost reality and that I was literally losing my mind. But there were angels who intervened, that still intervene. My When I accepted the fact that I had a spirit guide, then I got help in that realm. And so it's been an interesting trip for me. It still is. I'm looking forward to tomorrow and the next day and the next day and to see what happens. As long as I'm breathing and kicking. Um, I'm going to give it my best shot. So I started this. I started this with a drum, and I think to close, I should end with the drum. We want it, we want it, Wado. Yeah, I opened with Sage and the drum, and 4 hours and 15 minutes later, seems only appropriate to close with the drum. Since that is my honor to the creator, to the spirits, and to my angel friends, and to my spirit guide, and to all of y'all. The drum is the heartbeat of Mother Earth. So my song is a prayer and a thank you to the universe, in honor. So and I drag y'all with me because you're here and you are still participating, even though it's long distance, but because you understand that there is a higher level of thinking. I believe you can understand that when I drum and y'all are here, I'm drumming for y'all too. I have no problem, Super Scream. I mean, this is what I'm supposed to be doing, and you know, I don't know if you know, but I'm 69 and three quarters. I haven't been pushing that joke lately, but um, there are times when I'm just tired, and there are times when I would really like to do something, and it ends up that I don't have enough energy. But um, I know that I've learned that if the spirit really wants me to have a discussion or something, and I say, look, guys, I know there are gals out there too, but it's just, look, gang, I need some help here. Um, yeah. So, in my earlier videos years ago, but I've been talking about this, but haven't mentioned it recently. So, that we are all members of the League of Like-Minded Beings. When you take yourself out of normal reality and understand that there's more to the universe than something, and you might not understand it, but as soon as you realize that there's more, you have just officially become a member of the League of Like-Minded Beings. Because for those of us who've just realized there's something more out there, I'm not quite sure. And we're all going to discuss it. We're going to share it. We're going to have conversation. We're going to observe things. And we're going to learn together. But here's one thing we all agree on, that we all agree there's something else more out there in the universe. And it's not necessary. Yes, there's evil out there, but that's not all that's out there. And there's too many stories from the ancients, even in the Bible, that there's more, to the universe. I mean, even in Christianity, um, you know, um, if you bow down to Jesus and get baptized, now this is the church, and you do these things, then and you can make it into the kingdom of heaven and have an eternal life. Well, in Buddhism, you're reincarnated, but ain't that like eternal life? You get the chance to come back and try it again and see things 100 years later. If you know, if you die a good medicine death, that means in the next life you will remember this incarnation. That's what I'm striving for. Now I won't know until I get there. But to the point though, I've been on for 4 hours and 19 almost, so it's almost 4 hours and 20 minutes that I've been doing readings and yakking and stuff. So I'm going to smoke a little bit more of this bowl, and y'all share it with me if you so desire. And in this smoking of our pipes or whatever, just I give thanks to the universe, you know, just thank you, you know. And it's so easy to do. And if you really mean it, then saying thank you carries a lot of weight. Where a lot of people are pissed off at the universe, and it's the fear and loathing on planet Earth again, but still. But when we have a change of heart, then yeah, it's 4 hours and 20 minutes now. So for some folks that I have had conversation with, I said, sometimes it's just, like for when I used to be very angry all the time, when I want to fix it, and I was working on fixing it, and I was meditating and praying and going to counseling. I really wanted to fix it, and I realized that I'd just slip off and just let her rip, man. And once you start down that road, it's really hard to put on the brakes, especially when the road's slippery. So, but in doing it though, I really wanted it so bad that the angels and the spirits sent me a guide who rode with me to work every day and helped me to work through this. And this spirit entity was, that's good, Fox. Feel deeply first, then thank the universe. Now, for me, I take it for granted, Fox, because I'm always kind of sort of deep in it at some level, that when I say thank you to the universe, for me, in my position of meditation and lifestyle and so forth, other folks don't have the opportunity that I've had in my retirement years to be able to focus on prayer and meditation for the universe. So, but I agree with you, feel it deeply, really mean it, you know. Yeah. Thank you, Fox. Glad to see you around too, by the way. Um, it's damn sure going to be interesting here. I'm just, after today's thing of this, the the Roe versus Wade thing. I'm curious to see how bloody it's going to get. I'm very sad to say, and I hope that this current prediction or what I'm feeling about what's fixing to happen, that there's going to be gunfire and bombings like they did in the past over family, practices and stuff. It was really bad back in the day. And almost for me, when they passed it, it was almost like maybe it's a federal crime now if you blow up or if you do something, or whether you believe it's right or wrong. I've known people who have had abortions, okay? Whether you believe it's right or wrong, it happens. People do it for whatever their reasons are. And at the time they make up their minds, I'm talking about the women now, whether the guy's got any right in it or not, ain't got nothing to do with it. You hear me? So, having been personally involved with someone who wanted to have and did, I was like, but, and she was like, you ain't got nothing to do with this, hon. Nothing. And I was like, well, damn. Okay. And then later on, she had another child, which really kind of pissed me off in the long run. But we won't go into that. But having been personally involved, um, how it made me feel going through the whole deal, um, driving her there and picking her up, and I was involved because but at the same time, I didn't have any. I had no um, say so in the matter, which was frustrating, you know. But there are some folks I gotta say that look at it very clinically. Yes, it's a human life, but now this needs to stop right now. You know, sorry, it's just practicality. This needs to stop right now. No, this has already gone on far enough, and but nope, needs to stop right now. Now all this, abort afterwards and all this. No, 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 no. They're sticking with the 3 months thing or whatever. That's actually too long. But there, you have to make um, decisions and call doctors and make appointments. And in that respect, if a woman has made up her mind, then give her the 3 months if that's her decision. Anything after that, well, and I don't think it should be a crime, even though yes, it's a human life, and yes, but if the mother already thinks this, it ain't gonna get better. Okay, if the mother already feels I don't want this thing, it ain't going to get better. Okay. So might as well allow those people to make those choices, as much as I may disagree in certain situations, especially when it affected me. But that her body, her choice. She already had kids, blah, 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 blah. And that was her decision, you know. But it was within the respectable time frame. It was during, it is what it is. But all this other stuff about the abortions and late abortions. Now, there are times when you got to do stuff. Breach baby. Just there are times when you just got to do stuff. But I think some of these abortion laws have gotten a little too open, that you can just basically murder the baby after it's born. And in some instances, if it's a mongoloid or macrocephalic, um, um, macrocephaly is, a small brain, and they have to put shunts in, and microcephaly, the brain swells up, and it's horrible. And it's horrible. And the kids are never right because of the swelling and everything that it does to the brain. I've worked with kids for years back in the day, and you gotta ask, would you do them a favor by just saying, "Nah, turn off the oxygen on this one. Let's not try so hard. Let's just let nature take its course." It, its head's this freaking big, and and all these procedures, and the brain has already been damaged. Okay, because it's swelled. So, is it more kind in those situations to just go ahead and say, "Nah, let's just put this one back to sleep"? You know, it would be the most humane thing to do in the long run. But now, a child that's born, mongoloid, there are many. Um, I've worked with many of those Down syndrome. Okay, and those Down syndrome, they're very loving, they're very caring. They have, some of them have learned to be smart enough that they actually get their own job and they get their own apartment. Now, there are screened, and there are folks that keep an eye on them to make sure that things don't go bad. And I've worked with some Down syndrome folks and adults, and have met them later on when they were working in a store here in Colquitt County. And hey, Mr. Dave, and hey, Mr. Henry, how you doing? I'm all right. I'm all right. You see, I'm working, don't you? That's good, Mr. Henry. And I got my own place too, Mr. No. That's good, Mr. Henry. And yeah, you see, I'm working, don't you, Mr. No? Yes, sir. All right, I'll see you. And it's a pleasure to be able to have worked with somebody years ago, and that they have learned enough that, yeah, it's a menial job, but they're doing it, and they show up for work, and they do a good job, and they're friendly with customers, and they, well, should their lives have ended? No, they are providing a service. They are attempting in many cases. Now they do need a little help along the way, but with some finances and things, and making sure they don't overspend, and so, but that basically they can be functional. Whereas somebody that's going to be stuck in a wheelchair that looks like this, and tubes in and out of their ears and down their neck, and that's the best it's ever going to get. Should we allow those folks to continue because we want to be humane? The Tlingit and other folks would have said, "Nah, take it out on the ice and give it to Great Spirit." You know, oh, but that's so cruel. No, letting this thing live, hooked up with things and stuff. Now, we had three. Um, yeah, there was Joey, and oh, I can't remember that we had three that had the swelled brain issue, that had shunts in their ears and in their necks, and to drain the fluid off the brain, and they couldn't walk or talk or hold a spoon or nothing. And this was like at 6 years old, 7 years old. And all they could do was just rock in the chair and do this. And you say, well, we don't want to kill them. We want to be humane. But this is the best it's ever going to get. Is that really humane? I mean, don't, I mean, seriously? So in those instances, I have questioned this for a long time, having worked with these children who later on became adults, and they're still, and mom and daddy's died, and there's nobody to take care of them. They're in an institution, and that's the best they ever get until they die. So would it be a mercy killing? Is it actually a killing, or is it like, sweet Jesus, this should have never happened? That we should have never saved this child when he come out, because there were issues immediately. We should have just said, I'm sorry, we're just going to let you die or help you out, or, you know, and that's that. So, the morality of things, um, which is more moral. And in some of the cards that pulled tonight, it was about, making that choice, a crow, right? If crow is law, so man's law, or, universal law, or so in universal law, is it more, is it better to try to raise a child that will always be like that? Or in the universal law, we say we have to let this one die because that is the most humane thing we can do, rather than let it suffer. We don't know, we can't communicate. All we're going to do is put tubes in and feed it with a tube down their throat, and all they're going to do is this, and they're never going to be able to communicate. And wait a minute, which is more humane, please? So in universal law might say we have to end the suffering now. This can't go on any further. So I would have to agree with that. Is to as many people say, well, that's inhumane. Nah, if you'd ever worked as close as I have with people, they should have never let these children live. Never. It's inhumane what they have done by letting them live and keeping them and hooked up, and all this stuff. It's a burden on the parents. It's very costly. It's expensive emotionally, physically, monetarily. So, which is the best thing to do? Um, but like I say, I've worked with a black man, Mr. Larry, and he was blind and also microcephalic. His head was very small, and it pushed on his brain, and he was he was blind but could see certain things, and he used his third eye. That's when I first learned about blind folks and their third eye, and him being able to see how he could get around in certain situations. Learned a lot from a blind, retarded black man. Seriously, I ain't lying about that. But I was also able to, Larry had never been to like a summer camp or anything like that. And I and a bunch of other folks within the state of Georgia, they have these summer camps for, handicap. And they have camps during the year too. But during this one particular summer, we got some folks to sponsor us. And we took a busload of folks up to a camp in middle Georgia. And that's specialized for special needs and so forth. And we went 2 years in a row, and Larry had an absolute ball, along with all the other folks. But a blind black man being able to go and sing at a campfire and be around other people and new people without mama being there, and She was very possessive and so forth. And he was like 38 years old. He was actually older than me at the time. But the idea, though, that well, I was able to, along with other folks, to be able to take him, be there, and be able to let him experience like life, just not sitting in his house or getting on the bus and going to school and back. You know, there's more to it. And but anyway, you know, there are folks, we have those opportunities to do those things. So, you know, even though that Larry was blind and fairly moderately retarded, he couldn't write or anything. He couldn't do braille, but he could do certain sorting things and stuff. And you know, was fairly intelligent and could, you know, talk about things and have conversations. So um, some folks would say, well, he's not worth it. Why not go ahead and kill him? Well, when he was a baby and they noticed that his condition was such, it wasn't as severe as those with, you know, swelled up water heads. It's gross, you know. His was the opposite. So it was like, well, maybe we can save this child. And I could see the difference in, well, maybe not this one, but in the long run, how productive was Larry in life? He always had to have someone to take him somewhere. He always had someone to fix his food. He always had to have extra help. He could still do some things but as far as could he be self-sustaining at all, the answer is absolutely not. He had to have help. Even though he got a little smarter as he got older, and you know, by repetition, he knew how to do things and where the door handle was and where the light switch was. I mean, through repetition, you learn things and it sticks with you, no matter how much your intellect is. Monkey or a dog can learn where the light switch is or whatever, or how to turn on a water faucet. You know, so. But with people and so forth, and I've had this discussion with how I got on it. This is weird, but several psychologists and intellectual people and spiritual people, not necessarily in the Christian way, but with Christian and sort of my beliefs. And she was um, friends. Oh man, this is called the Society of Friends. And instead of having church, their church was in the meeting hall. So it fed people 6 days a week. And on Sundays, they got around and there was no preacher. There was no like head of the church. There's another name for Society of Friends, and there's another name. But anyway, but I learned of these folks and they would get together. If you wanted to come on Sundays, they had service around 10. They had coffee and donuts and socializing. And, but they just basically got together to meditate. Some had prayers, some read the Bible, some would had poems or something. Someone would just, you know, relate a story that they had woke up and saw this bluebird sitting in a tree outside their window and how it made them feel part of the universe, and that story and that you know what how it made them feel. And so they just shared. Society of Friends. And so she was a member. But in her religiousness, it wasn't about God, but it was about the universe. It was about the Great Spirit. It was about, you know, and that we should care for one another. And I just thought that was great. And their church wasn't a church, it was a social hall, you know, and its uses were to feed the people and to be, you know, provide classes and whatever was necessary. But only for an hour or two on Sundays did they clear the tables out and put the chairs out and quote, have a have an assembly. Now that to me is cool, you know. So, but these folks were having these conversations years ago. But as society has gone on, there are more sick children. There are more, um, folks with different kinds of, um, disabilities that are severe. I mean, not just a little bit, but I mean, really severe, needing constant care and monitoring, and they're hooked to machines, and it's all costly. And we be better off to just let them go to sleep before they get old enough to really know, and before people, get too attached. Let their spirits rest. Let them reincarnate to a better body, and give them another chance. And sometimes I've wondered with working with some of these folks if there's anybody really in there. I mean, honestly, is there a soul in this body? Because the way it acts and doesn't act or react at times, is there anybody in there? Or is this vessel just sitting there shaking and staring at the light? And is there anybody in there? So, having contemplated that for years and working with, folks, um, it will change your mind as to whether or not, in some conditions and circumstances, is it ethical to allow them to live? Now, I don't mean abortions, but I mean, whoops, this one's in bad shape. Let's not, no, let's be kind. Kindness and comes in many ways. I mean, like back in the days of the old West, or even during the days of sword fighting, if somebody got a belly wound, they knew they were fixing to die. They knew it was going to be a slow and agonizing death. They're bleeding out, their stomachs tore up, they're still breathing, their lungs are still okay, but they know, a gut shot back in the old West. They'd say, no, man, you can't let me die like this. No, go ahead and kill me. Don't let me die like this. A slow and agonizing bleed out. Um, so, it was the kindness of the soldier to kill his mate because they didn't want him to suffer. They didn't want him to die like that. So in instances and circumstances like that, adults can make the decision to kill. Well, don't let me die like this. Okay, I don't want to live like this. Okay, I don't want to get okay. But when it comes to a child that's newly born, and it's obvious that there's a bunch of stuff wrong. Um, if he could raise his little hand and go, please don't let me live like this, would you do him the same courtesy as soldiers, or you know what I mean? Would be. But the abortion thing, we'll see how it goes. So it's almost been 5 hours, and I'm really tired now, and on a weird subject. But you know, um, we talk about being humane, but then there are times when you got to ask the question: are we being more inhumane by trying to be humane? Just saying. And folks should and need to have a better discussion about it. Um, I worked with people in nursing homes that were put on life support systems. They couldn't talk, couldn't realize anything. It was horrible to watch them on a daily basis, day after day, week after week, month after month. And would it be better just to hit them with something and just let them go to sleep? Because they're never going to wake up. They're never going to walk again. They're never going to participate in anything. Badfinger. Yeah, there's many things that may be hard to interpret what's going on. Yeah. day by day. Oh, sweet Lord, three things I pray to see thee more clearly day by day. Yeah. All right. Enough of that. Enough of that conversation. But um, the idea of what is humane, though, I think we need to just bring that subject up and just have a conversation, generally speaking. Well, that's inhumane, is it? Well, that's inhumane, is it? You know, um, and have a practical discussion about it, not an emotional one. You know, parents have just had this baby and it's obviously really deformed and they want to save it. They're going to do, and it's their child, and it's that, nah, try again, please. You know, and I am not trying to be heartless, but do the child a favor. You know, oh, but we love him and we're going to take care of him. Yeah, but you're going to die and he's still going to be living or she, and they're still not going to know. And just think about it. That's all. But this abortion outside and this and that, there's got to be something really wrong. And then I might agree with some of these folks that now this child should not live. Is it murder? It's a kindness, you know? And here's a strange example. I use it with my chickens. I had um, I made my own chickens. I put them in the incubator, right, and hatched them out. And I got a couple of times there were some weird looking birds that came out of them eggs. Let me tell you. And one just had a gimpy leg. And I said, "Damn, this one's eating and moving around and everything. I'm gonna give it a chance." Well, I gave it a chance, but the rest of the chickens didn't. They pecked at that bird. They knew there was something wrong with that bird, and they eventually killed that chick before it was old enough to do. They constantly picked on that chicken. And I was like, so was should I have, just let the chicken die and try instead of nursing it and giving all that extra help when he was well, she was, ostracized by her own kind from the day she was born, you know, which is better in that respect. So there, I learned from that experience. Maybe it ain't good to save them that are a little wonky, you know. So it's 5:36 in the morning time here. Good day to all of you. Thanks for hanging out. Michelle, go to bed, dear one. Super Scream, it's good to see you. Fox, if you're here still, and anybody else that's lurking in the background, I love you, man. I do. And women, and I love y'all. Keep it between the ditches because each and every day I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many good blessings from the universe. And good morning to you, Super Scream. And each and every day when Duggar and I go out to play, we both continue to pray that each and every one of you, your friends, your neighbors, your relatives, and all of your relations will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Thank you, Fox, if you're still here. And in that law of three, which I do think is important to you and me, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And remember, stay out of the chaos, gang. They're going to try to keep us you know, in fear and loathing. So good night, good morning, wherever you may be. And we'll get together and do this again soon. I hope. Anyway, cheers, everybody. Wing. And we'll see you next time. Bye. And yes, have a great day, everyone. Good morning, good night.